weeks ago, Durham were winless in the Vitality T20 Blast. Fast forward 14 days, and it's 2 wins on the spin. Seems like a good enough time as any to go live again then, doesn't it? So welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. Welcome to the Vitality T20 Blast 2024 Match Day 5, and welcome around the world to Durham Live.
Is he ready?
On Fancourt in India, or whether it's somewhere else around the world. Hello there, welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside, and welcome to Durham Live, the only place where you can catch every single minute unbridled, unrivaled coverage of Durham's white ball cricket campaign this summer from right here in the Daffer News studio. And tonight, of course, all focus on the Vitality T20 Blast. Leicestershire, the visitors to Chester Street, 5 days after the Foxes were hunted out of their own backyard by Durham. So tonight, can Durham do the double over them? Can Durham make it 3 wins on the spin? We will find out. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and as ever, we will bring you half an hour of uninterrupted coverage and build up to Match Day 5 with special interviews, special guests, and a few highlights along the way as well as we build up to the start of this one. Durham against Leicestershire, but as ever, I cannot do it all by myself. For what I lack in cricket knowledge, I know a man who makes up for that. For what I lack certainly in terms of humour, I know a bloke who brings plenty of that. It is, of course, the man, the myth, the legend that is Mr. Steve Harmison. Harley, how are we going?
Good evening, Andy. Yes, I'm looking forward to this one because 2 weeks ago I left here and going, oh my word, what is it? And it's just one man. You talk about it's one man made a difference. There's one man has definitely made a difference. He's arguably the best player in the world in domestic cricket, and the way you're watching, if you're watching the World T20 at the minute, David Bedingham was probably the best player in the world in world cricket because the surfaces that they're playing out in the Caribbean and the USA have not been the greatest. So hopefully tonight you'll enjoy watching 2 good teams on a wicket which doesn't look the greatest. It will play better than what it is, but I'm really looking forward to it because not only we're in obviously the Durham studio and we're concentrating on Durham, but Leicester have got 1 or 2 fantastic players. They're up there. They're 4th in the table at this moment in time. They've got an excellent left-arm fast bowler in Josh Hull, which I'm really looking forward to watching. Yeah. And Rian Ahmed is in the team, who all England fans know that. So I think both sides have got quality. It is freezing outside. It is freezing outside.
I was going to say, I'm delighted to be in the studio today with you. You're not delighted to be with me, but we've got the lights up. It's nice and toasty in here. You mentioned Bedders, obviously tremendous innings the other night. But, it's led to us winning 2 on the road, which is no mean feat in the Vitality T20 Blast. How confident will the boys be coming into a night like tonight? Massively after what's happened. They've gone away. They've beat the team that beat them here in the game that we covered. Yeah. They've beat tonight's opponent, so they'll fancy themselves the chances. They'll also, be looking at the weather, and people don't like coming to Durham. We always used to joke here. Teams from anywhere near, I know we're in the North Group, but Leicester's probably the sort of furthest away from it. The North Group teams used to hate coming up here. Especially for the shortest format game, it took them longer to get here than the game it was itself. So teams would come, they would get to Leeds and go, oh, it's not that far from Yorkshire, and it's still got 2 and a bit hours on the bus, and it's always cold. Everybody's got the right angle on it. It's always freezing here, and here is not as another night. So I'm looking forward to tonight. I think Durham, after the back of that sort of 2-week period where they have gone 2 wins, you talk about a mindset shift. They've got a batter who is in ridiculous form. Yes, he's an overseas player. They've got an overseas batter and overseas bowler. But like I said many times on commentary a fortnight ago, there's no point having an overseas bowler if you can't get any runs. Yeah. So they've gone back to basics. They've got runs on the board, and the rest of the lads have been able to pull in 2 very, very impressive victories. And to everyone's surprise, the away form, like you say, has been absolutely cracking. 2 wins on the road before they come back here to the Seat Unique Riverside. What needs to change then here at home to get some points on the board here in Chester Street?
I think a consistent pitch. I think that first and foremost, and a consistent pitch is not like an absolute belt and road where you just rain 6s and 4s. A consistent pitch for Durham team. I think that's the most important thing. Can we play 7 games at this ground on a surface which not generally suits us? We suit the angles. We've got Gareth Breeze, who's going to be commentating with us today. Former West Indian international. Won multiple titles for Durham in both red and white ball format. And during the white ball format, he was an unbelievable player for this club because the pitches we played on just took a little bit of spin. He didn't bowl that quickly. He was the un-West Indian West Indian, you would say. I know he's listening. He's un-West Indian West Indian. He bowled about 40 miles an hour, even slower than Paul Collingwood. So when you look at it, we played on big boundaries. So we played on big boundaries. We played on a surface which turned a little bit, but it suited us. Yeah. And teams come up here, and by the time they've worked out the trap that we put them in, game was gone too late and Breezy had done his stuff. So I think that's what Durham need to do at home. Find a formula, find a surface that works for them, find the right dynamics and the sort of dimensions of the ground which works for them, because Durham have got some very good slow bowlers, and then play some consistent cricket to that. And if they do that, they would have a great chance of being consistent over 7 games.
It's always tough to keep your concentration in the studio with the characters that are like standing round us right now, but I did just see Breezy over your shoulder just kind of take a little look over his shoulder at the un-West Indian West Indian. That's a tremendous moniker, and one that we will use on Breezy when he comes into the studio. It isn't just Breezy, the likes of Harmy and myself talking though tonight. We want you guys to get talking as well. Please take to social media. Twitter probably is the best one to do it. Use the hashtag #ForTheNorth and send in any questions that you have for us here at Durham Live. Probably not for me, probably for the likes of Harmy and Breezy and Scott Borthwick, who is on his way. But we talk about the home form, and to have good home form, we need to master the conditions, as Harmy has just said. So we need to know what the conditions are. Fortunately for us, we have 2 very intrepid reporters who have been out to check the conditions and the pitch here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. One of those reporters is sat right next to me now in Steve Harmison. The other is Scott Borthwick, and both have brought back this video.
Well, don't be fooled by the short sleeve shirts. It's absolutely freezing out here. 1 or 2 of the Leicester lads have got woolly hats on. Durham lads are playing football behind. 1 or 2 of the young lads having a bowl through. There's a lot of cloud cover. We're not expecting too much rain, but we might get the odd shower. This wicket was the Hampshire wicket for the first game of the season, which was rained off. All 4 days rained off. So groundsman Vic's got it back out, and we're going to have a look at it. Scott Borthwick, Durham's red ball captain's here. Scotty, what do you make of the pitch?
Look, Vic just said it there. I mean, it looks like a lot more grass on it than it actually is because of the colour of it. But as you can see, it's a lot patchy. There's lots of green areas, a lot of sort of bare areas, which generally means it might be too paced. And also, I think it might spin. We've got a couple of spinners on our side, and generally, I think if it's the bare patches, it might just spin. So it's a funny looking surface. It's not one you generally see here, but it'd be interesting to see how it plays.
Yeah, it looks as though there's a lot of live green grass on it, and we'll show you that in a second. But there's a lot of the sort of barer patched areas where the cracks are. They're dry. They're actually dry. Sammy, you get a bit closer. These areas here, they're a lot drier around the sort of green grass, and this area here is about the sort of 5 metre mark, where in the power play, that's the area you want to try and hit, especially on this surface, because the harder you hit this surface and the ball goes in, the more difficult it is.
Yeah, definitely.
To play big shots on.
I think even more so as the ball gets a bit older. I think as the ball's new, it might skid on and kiss on the back quite nicely. But as Harmy says, as the game goes on and the ball gets a bit older and a bit more wear in it, it might just be a little bit harder.
So toss. Would you want to bat first on it and get the best use out of it, or would you fancy chasing on this surface if there's going to be a rain around?
I personally would like to bat first, just because I think it might spin later on in the game. So if I was Leesy, I'd be looking to bat first.
So we'll see what happens, and let's find out what the captains think.
Well, I have never seen those intrepid reporters move quicker than they did in the last 15, 20 minutes. They looked Baltic out on the pitch. It is Baltic outside, but I'm delighted to say Harmy's been joined by Scott Borthwick. Scott, I ask you this every single week, mate. We need to talk about the cricket, but the golf is going well.
A bit of time in my hands. Yeah, I've had a couple more rounds of golf, which has been nice.
It was actually darker last night than what it is now. We thought we just started the game.
We had some fun on the golf course last night. We came off at 10:55. So we had some fun.
It's going to be a weekly feature, this, isn't it? We're going to not open up talking about the cricket. We're going to open up talking about golf every single week.
To be fair, though, he's playing golf with Ben Stokes, who can literally hit the golf ball miles, but everywhere.
Yeah.
So trying to find his ball when in the middle of the daylight is one thing. Trying to find it when it's pitch black, that could have been a challenge last night.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we talked about last night. We hit on the 18th hole. We literally couldn't see a thing.
Yeah.
We're 150 yards out, and he's just hit this thing, and we're like, well, it might be straight. And we heard it hit the green, and it landed about that far from the hole, and we were just so amazed by it. Honestly, it was, like I say, it was good fun, but I wouldn't advise playing golf in the dark.
I just want you every single week to be bringing back a Ben Stokes report from the golf course, Scott. That is your challenge from now on in. We have had some news while we were on that VT. The coin toss has taken place. Durham have won it and have chosen to have a bull, which has always brought big smiles and a little bit of surprise from the studio, hasn't it, lads?
I mean, yeah, me and Harmy both said we probably would have batted first, just because we both think it actually might spin later on in the game. But I think Leesy's probably thinking ball first because of the unknown of the pitch. It's a pitch we probably haven't seen here like that anyway. It's really patchy, there's quite thick grass on it. So I think he's thinking, look, we'll ball first and we'll have a look at it rather than jumping with the bat, I guess.
Stay in the game. That's probably what that is. If you bat first, I thought I would actually have batted first on it. I would have gone at it first because I think it's going to spin. The dry areas, some real the cracks in it, and the real dry areas, I think they'll break up as the game goes on. I think it might be more difficult. So you can squeeze the game, but I think the unknown bit is if we go too hard too early, spinners might not come into the game like it did last week, and we could lose the game in the first power play if we lose 3 overs. So that possibly is what Leesy's thinking as well.
Absolutely, and obviously we were talking, Hammy, you opened up the broadcast, didn't you, by saying, where we round off the last time's broadcast was we were a little bit despondent, obviously, after those 2 defeats. I mean, Scott, you did say they'll bounce back, and I didn't know badges were soothsayers, but apparently that's very much the case. Got on 1-2 on the road. I mean, it's a tremendous performance on the road against tonight's opponents, Leicestershire and Birmingham.
Yeah, definitely.
As well.
They changed the tactics as well for that Leicester game down at their place. They won the toss, they bowled first after batting badly, really, the first 2 games. So they've decided to chase down at Leicester. And I've heard Harmy mention earlier on, bringing in Dave Bellingham is a big call because you're obviously leaving out another overseas in Ben Dorshers. But I mean, Bedders is an outstanding player at the minute, and he comes into the attack and he strengthens that batting line up amazingly. And the way he's played the last 2 games is giving the lads so much confidence, and it's to get 2 wins in a row is amazing.
You mentioned Bedders. I mean, he'll do anything to stay out of the studio, won't he? Because we'd had him penciled in to come and join us.
His missus has booked quite a bit of holidays as well the last few weeks. They were at a music gig on Sunday night which she had to cancel. So yeah,
cheap tickets going about. Yeah. She's going on her own.
She's devastated, honestly. But it's running joke in the dressing room.
Well, we can only apologise to David Bellingham's partner, but we need him here at Durham, unfortunately. So we're really sorry about that. Speaking of Bedders, obviously fantastic form that he's in. We mentioned that wonderful, wonderful innings in which he pretty much took over the power play, didn't he? And we have a few highlights, a very, very quick highlight reel of David Bellingham absolutely teeing off, which we hope to see more of tonight against the Foxes. Getting through to our producers anyway, bloomin' heck. I thought I spoke loudly. Clearly not. Maybe not. Anyway, you'll have to take our word for it, or go onto our Instagram or Twitter feed and check out that David Bellingham innings, because it was something quite special. Like I said before, if you want to get in touch with us, get in touch with us via, I said Twitter, didn't I, before, using the hashtag #ForTheNorth. There's YouTube as well, which we're obviously streaming worldwide on, so please do drop us in your questions and your comments. I mean, Harmy, Scott's talked about him. You briefly mentioned him before. But what the heck is it like for every other player in the team when you've got a batsman as in form as David Bellingham right now?
As a bowler, it's brilliant. As a bowler, it's brilliant. Honestly, you mentioned Breezy before, talking about West Indian. We had a player during my time, especially in red ball cricket, and you go and Shivnarine Chanderpaul. If he gets more than 20 balls, I can take my boots off, put them in my bag for at least one day. I know for a fact I can sleep for an afternoon. I know for a fact it's great. I mean, it's great. Many times you've played with certain players who have gone through purple patches, and when you have them and you watch them, you just think, just get in. Yeah. All you have to do is get in, because the minute you get in, it sends a message to the opposition, because the opposition bowlers are going, how on earth are we going to get him out?
Yeah.
And that's, again, talking about sort of experiences in my time. If you come against a player who was in decent form, a player who was on one of the best in the world, or if you're playing international cricket, if you got him out cheaply, or if you got him out when a ball bounced, or you bowled a good ball at him, all of a sudden that sends messages around the dressing room, because the dressing room go, well, if he can't play it, chance have we got? Yeah. So that's what Bedingham has given, the message he's given off at this moment in time, in red ball cricket and then now in white ball cricket.
It's the type of shots, though, isn't it? I mean, that innings against the Bears, obviously, like we said, please go and check it out if you haven't seen it already. It wasn't just how destructive he was, Scott. It was the type of shots that he was playing. It was the variety of shots that he was playing as well. And we all know if you're a fantastic batsman and you're in a fine nick of form, you make it look easy, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think his technique doesn't actually change too much over the course of the two formats as well, which is really impressive. He stands so still and he hasn't got a trigger movement anymore. He just sort of looks like it's so simple, like you say. He stands there, watches the ball, and he's always been a really good natural time with the ball. I watched him play the last 3-4 years, and I think him having a bit of time in Test cricket the last 18 months or so, and proved to himself that he can actually score runs at that top level. It's given himself that bit of belief, and he's come back this season, and it's a joy to watch. And like Harmy mentioned, when you've got very good players in your dressing room, it's a surprise when he gets out for less than 40. Yeah. And we're both lucky enough to play with top players. And Diver was another one. Michael Divnutter we both played with, who, when he got past 40, it was like, right, he's going to fill his boots here. And Bedders is at that level, I think. And we were speaking off last game. We've got to find a way to get him in because he's that good. Yeah. And I think if South Africa do play enough Test cricket the next year or so, I think his rankings in the world will fly up because he's a super player.
When you watch him bat and you see him on that reel, you see him play one day, like the white balls format of it. You see his head position. Any kids watching, David Bedingham bat. It's not about foot movement. Because if you watch him, his feet don't go the sort of conventional coaching manual, get your pitch to the ball and get his head position is the key. You watch his head position doesn't move. He's so still at the point of impact and he can access the ball. His foot goes towards the ball, but because his head's in a good position, his hands can get through, and he's got great quick hands, and his hands bang straight through, so he can hit it through sort of cover point, but he can also hit the same ball through extra cover, and he can but also he can still, with a straight bat, he can hit the ball straight down the ground wherever he wants, and that is from a technical point of view. It's not about weights transfer on forward or back.
From Garton,
such you hear
and there's the first.
You watch and when you've seen the shot there just briefly.
He plays quick, doesn't he?
He does play quick, but you watch his hands. His hands are so good. But a lot of it's from a coaching point of view. Just watch his head position. Yeah, his head position's fantastic.
I think as well, if you watch the highlights of that innings, there's a shot he plays. I think it's off George Garton. He hits it down the ground for 4, which is an amazing shot in any format. Yeah. And I think that just shows how sort of clean-minded he is. He's not sort of second-guessing about where he's looking to hit the ball. He's actually looking to just stay as still as possible and play each ball on its merit. And he hit one over mid-wicket for 6, and then the next ball he punched it down the ground for 4, which to say is a shot in any format. Yeah. If you can got the ability to do that, it shows that your mindset is really good. Yeah. Your position, your technique is really good as well.
So creative, and again, we have to apologise to David's partner because we're about to show that highlights video, and seemingly if David continues this rich vein of form, he won't be available for anything across the course of his summer. But here it is. It's a good minute long, so sit back, relax, and enjoy a batting masterclass from David Bedingham against the Bears.
From Garton, and there's the first boundary of the game, though, to mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Garton to continue. It's punched into the offside, and that's going to go all the way for 4 stages of it so far. Well, that's a big shot. It's a huge shot, in fact, from Bedingham. It's a real beauty. What can Garton do to respond? This one's a little fuller, and this time he's driven straight down the ground. There's going to be a chase on here, and it's going to be an unsuccessful one, hadn't he? It was straight. It was a better length. This time he goes short again and is pulled away. And once more, that's going to the ropes. And this is an expensive over now. It's a lovely shot from Bedingham again. He's picked his gap beautifully for 4. It's been of quality. Cuts away beautifully. That's 4 more. Bowling from the pavilion end here at Edgbaston. He's lifted high. And that's going all the way. Not quite, just short. And how will this be punished? Well, he struck it well again. It's going to go all the way for 4. He's just remarked his run. Let's see if that makes a difference. And he's driven through the covers for 4. Beddingham closing in on another half century of what's been a prolific season so far. And he's pulled that one away and he's hit it absolutely miles. And that's almost into the sound tent next to the Hollies. That's 6 runs and it brings up the 50 for Beddingham.
The game as a keeper, because you know he can beat both edges.
And he's in, and Beddingham immediately launches him down the ground.
Well, for 2 bowlers, I've never seen bowlers make that many imitation batting shots in a studio before. They were flaying it through mid-wicket in the studio. Bearing in mind his form, chaps, how influential can he be for this Vitality T20 Blessed campaign in terms of the form that he's in terms of the aura that he carries, and the effect that he can have on the whole season, do you reckon?
Well, I think just in this format alone, if you see there, he was striking at nearly 200, and Alex Lees at the other end doesn't have to do anything stupid. It makes that the guy batting with him at the other end job so much simpler. And like you say, if he's in at one end, your job at the other end is to get him back on strike.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've seen in the last fortnight where Durham were to the last conversation we had to the last 17 minutes were completely different, and that's down to one man.
Yeah.
And I think that's, to simplify the answer to that, is one personnel change has made a huge difference. And you feel for Ben Dosh just because, but it's a franchise world we live in now. Having 3, I think in a few years' time, people are going to look at this decision, bringing Beddingham in. Financially, we're not in a great place, this country, from a domestic cricket point of view. But if you were in a position, you would have 3 overseas and pick 2 from 3. And it just makes a huge amount of sense. But like I said right at the very top, no point having an overseas bowler if you can't get runs on the board, and Beddingham has changed the complete mindset of what this team's doing.
I think as well, though, there might be a game in this campaign where Ben Dosh plays because that pitch suits it. And I think that's where the beauty of having 3 overseas, you can afford to be flexible, and sometimes there's horses for courses.
Yeah. And he's not the only player in a little bit of form at the minute. Obviously, Ben Rain had a fantastic day out against the Bears. It was his maiden T20 5-for. Tremendous display from Ben himself. I think we can see the highlights from that one as well, as he ripped apart the Bears for that win, and the second on the road for Durham.
Well, that looks close.
He's gone. It was closer than close, as someone once sang. Rain has gone. Rain has got his man, should I say. Dan Mousey, the man who's so far. Oh, and he's bowled him. Benjamin's gone for 4. Rain does the damage again. Oh, and he's bowled him first ball. Well, Jamal looks and says, what on earth just happened? But he's beaten all ends up by Rain. 2 to go then. Bowled him. Lintot's gone. Rain has a 4th. Now 3 balls to come in the over. Into Garton again, he's bowled in middle stump. Rain has his 5-for. Durham have their victory. And yet again, when they've batted first against the Bears, they find themselves the win for the 5th time in the heads-to-heads.
They deserve the victory here. Full credit to Rain, he's bowled tremendously. Anyone that gets a 5-wicket haul in.
Now, these two definitely are qualified to talk about that, but we've got the team news in. We'll come on to Ben Rain in a second. He features tonight, obviously, in the starting 11, and there's not too many surprises there, Harmy, is there?
No, one change. Bushnell comes in for Hayden Mustard, who has been picked for England under-19s. Hayden's not playing. Bushnell comes in. He's just got, I think he got 100 in club cricket during the week, during last weekend or the weekend before. So he's in a bit of form, probably fit in around that number 6 floating role. He might drop down below Rain and Coughlin, but a very, very strong fielder as well.
Yeah, amazing fielder. One of the quickest men across the outfield. He'll offer a bit of seam bowling with the ball as well if needed. I think that's probably why he's come in, looking at that wicket, unsure of what the pitch is going to do. Yeah, they've now got that extra seam option as well.
And obviously, like we talked when we've just seen there with his 5-for against Birmingham Bears, how underrated is Ben Rain, do you think, as a bowler in this format?
I don't think he's underrated. I think I think there's a lot of talk about this team because, when especially at this club at the start of the season, you've got Potts, you've got Carse, you've got Stokes, you've got Wood, and then all of a sudden Coughlin and Rain are your best 2 bowlers for the first couple of weeks of the championship season. So it's always the case, but sometimes they feed off that. You look at Ben Rain's record. he is a fantastic performer on this ground at this level. And it reminds me, and I keep going back to bygone days, but it reminds me a lot of when Neil Killeen played. No matter what England player you had in this club during Killer's time, Killer was one of the first names on the white ball team sheet, and that's what Ben Rain is as well.
Absolutely. What sort of character is he around the dressing room, Scott? As well?
He's a funny lad. He's a great.
I always worry when someone smiles before the question is even finished, but
no, he's a very, very likeable lad in the dressing room. And the thing what impresses me with Ben, he's a thinker. Yeah, he really thinks about the game, and no matter what format we play, what conditions we play, we know. Especially me as a red ball captain, I say to him, I can chuck the ball to him and say, Ben, what do you think? And he's always got an answer. He's always thinking about the game. And it doesn't surprise me when he gets five for us and does well in T20s as well, because he's got amazing change-ups, and like I say, he's always thinking what the batter's going to do, or he's always got a plan for things. And like I say, you said he's underrated. He's certainly not underrated in our squad. We know how good he is, not just as a red ball bowler, but as across three formats and as a batter as well.
And a lot of the season suited him so far. We caught up with the main man, Ben Rain himself, exclusively for Durham Live, after his 5-for against the Birmingham Bears a few days ago.
Well, Rainey, first of all, congrats. First T20 5-for. How does that feel?
Oh, no, it feels amazing. I think I was really disappointed with how I bowled last night. So, back-to-back games aren't always the easiest. You've got to try and pick yourself up, but it is just that format. It's a cliche, but you never know what's going to happen on the day. You just got to come with a positive frame of mind and hope for the best at times. So today was my day. I was really happy with how I bowled, and you need a bit of luck to get some wickets, but today was the day. David Benningham's innings was ridiculous. He came out and hit the ball like no one was really timing it up until he came out. So our discussions throughout, we always felt we were quite over par. We thought it was a 160 to 170. That was a really competitive score, so we felt we were getting, to get above that was a hell of an effort with the bat. Any time you come here, there's a reason these lads have been as successful as they have over a number of years. So any win you get here is amazing, but we're thrilled with how we played throughout.
And then finally, we had two opening results that were pretty disappointing, but we bounced back with two very strong ones. How important is this now to keep this role going as we move on to next week in games against Leicestershire and Notts to come? Yeah,
I think it is massive. I think those first two games they happened on us quite quick. We went straight from red ball cricket into that against two good teams. Lancs and these, as I said, they'll be right up there at the end. It was a tough transition straight from 7 weeks of red ball cricket into that, and we hold our hands up. We didn't quite nail that with two really poor performances. We had 4 or 5 days where we get our heads together and get into the swing of things with some white ball cricket. And even though I thought we were pretty good tonight, I still think we've got another yard in there. We've got something else we can improve on and keep improving. And as this tournament goes on, I'd like to see us continue this format and perfect the things that we can.
Great to catch up with Ben Rain there as we look ahead to our annual Pride in Cricket game. And as you can see on the screen, we've kicked Scott Borthwick and Steve Harmison out of the studio. And we've got a pretty special guest indeed. As Harmy said before, the most un-West Indian around. Gareth Breeze has joined us in the studio. Breezy, tremendous to have you. What's it like looking at those pictures as you can see them on the screen there?
Great memories, but it's just not started well, has it? Of all the shots, to play one of the, leaving it for 4 and then described as a non-West Indian, well, it's a great start to being on Durham Live.
We like to welcome people into the studio, mate. We've got friendly faces in here and acid tongues if you're Steve Harmison. But, great to have you here. What's it been like still around the club? Obviously, 10 wonderful years here, but the club must just mean so much to you.
It does, and I moved the whole family over back in 2004, and I've basically been part of Durham since then. It's been, brilliant for me. Yeah. I still live 5 minutes up the road. I still come in for coffees with Callum Thorpe in the office whenever I get a chance. So, look, it's brilliant to just come and be a part of some of the games and just watch the guys. Nice to see, like, Ben Rain and a couple of the guys that I played with that are still there. So, really great to be around.
And fantastic, obviously, to be a part of the Vitality T20 Blast right here on Durham Live. The umpires are about to come out, so we're going to race through things. How are you feeling about tonight and the visit of the Foxes this evening?
Well, I just like the fact that Durham have turned tables after the first couple of games. I think that's what good teams do. You know, you get results that go against you, but then you are able to pull performances out of the hat. I think, you know, it'd be nice to get a win at home, you know, for the home crowd and just back the supporters, yeah.
What do you reckon the key is tonight? Obviously, we've had Harmy and Scott talk us through the conditions. What do you think is key to this first home win of the season?
I think the fact that they've decided to have a ball for us, you know, they obviously want to restrict them to a gettable total. I don't think they want to get away. As they mentioned, I'm not really sure what the wicket's going to do.
Yeah.
But, you know, it just gives them a chance to really see what the conditions are and get themselves into the game.
I know you're champing at the bit to get into the commentary booth, and obviously there's going to be a lot more questions for you there across, and a few more jibes. I would have said we'll let you get your own back at Steve Harmison. But just before we let you go, a breezy prediction for this one. What are we thinking?
I'd love to have a Durham win at home.
Straightforward. Love it. The un-West Indian West Indian. Gareth Breeze, fantastic, which just leaves us perfectly with time to head across to our commentators. Of course, it's 2 wins on the road for Durham. Can we make it 3 on the spin and pick up our first home win of the Vitality T20 Blast 2024? Let's find out. Let's head to your commentary team of Scott Borthwick and first, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yes, it's welcome to the Seat Unique Arena at the Riverside in Chesley Street. It is freezing cold. Nice to be in somewhere warmth. And Durham have won the toss. Decided to bowl first on a wicket which looks, so it's got a bit in it. Durham, change of fortune. Change of personnel, but change of fortune over the course of the last 2 weeks. We left here a fortnight ago wondering where Durham are going to go. But David Bedingham comes in and Durham are 2 wins from 2. And one of them wins was against the Leicester Foxes, who are the opponents tonight. So Rishi Patel and Sol Buddinger is the opening partners. And here comes Callum Parkinson. Oh, false start. Callum Parkinson has got the first ball for Durham. Something just moving behind the bowler's arm. But here comes Callum Parkinson with the first ball of the evening. Again, yeah, just a little bit of pace on the wicket. It looked as though it just grabbed the hole a little bit. You can't really tell which one's the wicket and which one's the other pitches to the side. Expecting the ball to spin just a little bit, but also come on, you know, off that green surface. The newness of the ball. That was a touch wide and punished. That was a good shot there from Patel. A little bit of width from Callum Parkinson, and he's not going to miss out there. Exciting young player is Rishi Patel, and he didn't miss out there. Scott Borthwick, Durham red ball captain. Welcome to the proceedings. Just a little bit of width.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't like to be Cal at the minute. It's freezing out there. His fingers be freezing. But yeah, just a little bit wide there, wasn't it?
And over pitch, just a little bit. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, did Patel, but he didn't need to. You know, he got it in the gap, just right of the Durham captain, Alex Lees, who's got that captain's armband, the LGBT captain's armband on. You know, it's a cause that, you know, is being celebrated, you know, throughout the ECB this week in all of the games. Parkinson comes in, and it's important. The diversity in cricket is getting better and better, and you know, the more that continues, the better. And just tucked into the leg side. It's not a bad start from Parkinson from ball coming out of his hand, but one just a little bit over pitched and one just a little bit wider than he probably would want.
That first ball spun. I got a bit excited there because that first one did spin, but the other two just sort of skidded on a bit, didn't it? Like we said at the toss, because the pitch is so patchy, if it does hit a bit shiny grass, it will just skid on a bit.
Shorter, wider. Umpire Pete Hartley is one of the umpires. I've seen Jack out there just a little bit earlier. Paul Pollard, the other umpire. Makes Callum Parkinson just bowl that one again. This one a lot better. Inside edge. Yes, that's outside edge. And Parkinson goes off against his former team and gets a faint nick from Buddinger, who was coming forward. His second ball first one was a wide, and he's just getting a thin outside edge, and a good take from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, great ball. And so as a left armer, it's always nice when you've got the ability to beat both edges. And that one there just skidded on. Good catch as well from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Yeah, great start. I know Parky would definitely take the 2 boundaries with the wicket that first over.
Yeah, 9 from the first over. The challenge is, Scotty, is from a spin bowler's point of view, is it going to spin or is it going to skid? And a wicket
which is normally straw-coloured yellow. You'd expect to take a little bit more pace off it, trying to get the ball into the surface, drive it into the surface and spin. But if you try and drive it into this surface with the green grass on, it might just come onto the bat and skid. So it's a bit of a challenge for a spin bowler to bowl in the power play.
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, it's never nice. I used to hate it. I've done it a couple of times, and I used to hate it when the captain said, look, ball in that first 6, because it's a nightmare. It's like players just come so hard at you. But yeah, Carl would have be over the moon with that wicket. It's a good bit of bowling, wasn't it?
He's used to bowling in the power play, so
Yeah.
he's experienced. He probably isn't used to bowling in freezing conditions on a wicket, which looks like the practice pitches, which is next to it. But he started well.
Love this slipping play as well.
Positive start from Rian Ahmed. End of the first over, good one for Durham.
Yeah.
9 off it. Yeah, 9 off it, but a wicket nevertheless. So Durham start with a wicket in the first over. Leicester Foxes send out Rian Ahmed, somebody who I think a lot of people from England fans will be excited to see tonight, not just with ball but with bat as well. And the one I'm looking forward to seeing is Josh Hull. A lot of talk about pace and fast bowlers in English cricket, but Josh Hull in the Leicester Foxes side, I think he has got a bright future in the game and a possible England candidate further down the line. Paul Coghlan will take the first over from the media stand end. Interesting they've gone Coggers first over and not Potsy.
Yeah, potentially they might think they might swing. Coggers can swing the ball. They might think, look, might just swing early doors. So give Coggers a crack. They've got a slip and play in case it does swing.
Comes Coghlan. It's down leg side and that's clipped for 4. Didn't have to work too hard there, did Rishi Patel. That hasn't swung. Back of a length ball. Just gone onto the pad and it's just clipped down leg side. Remember, there's power play in the Vitality Blast. 6 overs of power play. That's 2 players outside the 30-yard circle, and Durham have decided to go with slip in play. So third is down on the boundary, and there's a other boundary right other man outside the circle. Is it deep square leg? So Durham are want Coghlan to try and pitch it up, bring slip into play. And that's a lot better length from
better
Coghlan.
Line as well, wasn't the first one was just too straight down the leg side, but that was a better line. Top middle, top and off stump.
And we talked in the build-up, Scotty, about Durham and the change and having Bedingham into the side. You take out an overseas bowler, but then you want your experienced bowlers to stand up, the likes of Potts and Coghlan and Wren, and they have done over the course of the last 2 games. As Coghlan comes in there, drives his length back, good ball, played comfortably off the back foot. But that's important, that when you take out an overseas bowler, your bowlers have really got to stand up and do the job.
Definitely. Yeah, and like you said, we talked about Rainey, but I think Potty's actually bowled alright as well.
Yeah.
Going a bit under the radar, hasn't got the wickets, but he's actually bowled alright in the first couple of games, I think. But yeah, that was a good start from Coggers, the last 2 balls there. That's his length, isn't he? He's a big tall lad. You want to be slamming it at the wicket rather than getting too full and floaty.
Absolutely. Coghlan in again. That's
a great length, isn't it?
It's a good length. And talk about watching bowlers bowl. In the last few games, I've watched Ollie Robinson bowl because I've been critical of Ollie Robinson play for England, and I've watched him play for Sussex. And he's bowled what you would say you're not used to seeing him bowl in sort of coloured clothing. And he's bowled excellent for Sussex in the power play because he's bowled at sort of 2 ends of the bat. He's either bowled at the base of the bat or he's bowled at the top of the bat, and anything in between. And I think Coggers and Potsy have got to do something like that in the power play. Again, there another one, good length. Oh, possible run out chance. Scratch at the stumps. Oh, that must have been close. That looked really close. Bit of indecision between Patel and Rian Ahmed. Patel got more than halfway down the wicket before he got told to go back. Who was
good bit of feeling? I think it's Nathan Southwell back at the point. He was quick to the ball, wasn't he?
One-handed pick up and the ball just missing the stumps. Good backing up as well. Callum Parkinson.
He got round quickly, didn't he?
He's in 45. He's not. He's not. It's square leg, and square leg is out on the boundary. Coghlan in for another good ball, which finishes the over. The over strong. 4 runs from it. End of the second over, the Foxes are 14 for 1, and just to finish off on that, when you watching somewhere like Robinson bowl, you think that's how Potts and somewhere like Coghlan's got to bowl. Either bowl the base so that really really full, so a batter can't get underneath it, or to hit the deck hard and hit the top of the bat, hit the stickers. And I think that's the most important thing in power play cricket.
Definitely, I think especially with Coggers, we say it to him a lot in red ball as well. It's almost you almost want to be bowling that ball through sort of waist height. And I say when you're a tall lad, it's hard to get the ball pitched up and to try and swing it. It's actually, he's a natural swinger of the ball, so he can still swing it from that back of a length.
England's Matt Potts comes in for his first over, and there's a bit of width on it, back of a length. Good shot from Rian Ahmed, who flashes at a wide-ish ball, square cut, goes down to third. Callum Parkinson, who's done
well there, Parky.
He's done really well. I think he's winded himself more than anything
fell
else.
over, didn't he?
He's dived full length, stopped it, bounced up, and I think all the air seems to have been flushed out of him. But
every time Parky stops the ball, he goes to ground. Honestly, he's so funny. We had his brother on loan last year, Matt, and he did the same.
Yeah.
Like
coordinations. Us bowlers aren't coordinated, you know.
They're not the best fielders, but I mean, he's done brilliantly there.
Again, short over length. This time hit, no direct hit. Oh, he's a good hit from. That looks like Coggers.
Yeah, it's Coggers at mid-on. Yeah,
Coggers
good
at
bit of fielding.
Good bit of fielding. Hits the stumps, but good running as well. Important. It's important that you're not on a surface like this. Singles and twos or getting back for a second.
That just looked like it harried.
Yeah,
Patel that bit. That might have just skidded on.
So there is something there for the bowler. I think that the land of the unknown made sure that if in doubt, go bowl. Try and chase on a surface. Getting bowled, good back of a length there. Didn't seem to come off as quick or as consistent as you'd normally would think on a normal Durham pitch. But again, we talked about it 2 weeks ago, Scott. If you hit this pitch, there's always something in it.
Yeah.
There's always something in it, and that's why Matt Potts has been really successful. Got himself into the England squad because of the success he's had, because of the nature of the bowler hitting the deck, and that's what you've got to do, especially in the power play. That's a good ball.
Great bowling. Great start from Potty. He's found his length, hasn't he? Like I said with Coggers last over. You just keep slamming that length and hold your nerve and sort of stay there as long as you can. Especially with this pitch, you don't know sure how it's going to come off the surface, but if we can always seamless and just hold our nerve and keep slamming that length.
Hit the length. Don't give them width. Nothing to get hands free.
Top of the stumps, isn't it?
Many times Rian Ahmed representing England and playing for England, he gets his hands free. He's got great hands, got quick hands. Pots in again there, just a little bit over pitched. Didn't hit the deck as what he has done over the course of the last 4 balls, and I think because of the way Potts has bowled, Rian Ahmed didn't quite time that.
Yeah, he gave himself a bit of room as well, back to it at leg side, to try and free those arms, didn't he? But didn't quite time it, just 2.
Yeah, looking for natural width.
Yeah.
Again, another feeler that's going down, just feeling his shoulder.
I think it's just cold weather, mate.
It's freezing, isn't
When it's freezing, everything hurts, doesn't it?
It's freezing.
Honestly, if you're feeling right now a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, you're praying it doesn't come to you.
Especially at slip. Many times at slip. In comes Potts again. Good length ball, a good finish to the over.
Yeah,
excellent over from Durham. 4 runs from it. End of the 3rd over, the Foxes are 18 for 1.
Good from Potts, isn't it? Good from Potty. Like I say, holding his nerve, smashing the top of the stumps. But yeah, good start from the lads.
Yeah, very good
18
start.
for 1.
It was a good start and good decisions. You got a spin bowler to bowl 1 over at the start of the game and not 2. But enough we talk about that for England for another day. I'm sick of being on my high horse and my soapbox, and I'm sure anybody that's listening to the radio station that I normally do, they'll be sick of my voice because I've banged on about it for the last 4 or 5 days. But here comes Coughlin in again. Again, hits the good length, that 5.5 metre length, and he's hit it hard. Just gone over the top of the stumps. Patel trying to give himself some room, but again, good line, good length from Coughlin.
Amazing, yeah. Like I said, just keep holding his nerve, smashing that length. If we can get another wicket in this power play, it'd be a great start from the lads, wouldn't it?
You go slip? Would you go slip in? Going hard at it like that, you're possibly thinking, is it going to go?
Nah. I think just keep the feel as it is. It's just as likely to go to backward point or cover, isn't it, than slip.
Yeah, we're going to have a little break in play here. Is Rishi Patel, who he's missed the last few balls, but I think because of the lengths that Coughlin and Potts have been bowling, trying to hit the splice of the bat, it looks like the splice of the bat has gone on his bat. But again, is it one of them? Captain's hat on. Is it one of them? Do you risk trying to get a wicket going for the slip and leaving mid wicket open, or potentially on this surface in this conditions, you're going, let's keep the singles down, let's keep the twos down, because that creates more pressure than having a slip.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I think it hasn't swung as much as probably we thought it was going to. So I think the last 2 overs has actually been really good at actually bowling top of the stumps nice and straight. So actually a dot ball can hurt you just as much, and if we go another 3 or 4 dot balls, we might actually force a chance. And our lengths and lines the last couple of balls have actually been brilliant. They're just hitting the top of the stumps. So like you say, you keep mid-wicket and you actually keep that squeeze, which then might make a false shot, which actually might get us a wicket anyway. So I don't mind not having the slip and keeping that mid-wicket in.
Yeah, Patel's now got a bat that works. Coughlin into bowl. And that's a good one. It's a good bat.
It's a good shot, that, isn't it?
What a beautiful shot that is. Back of a length ball from Coughlin. Patel just leans back a touch. You give himself some natural room by leaning back, and he's punched it through their cover point.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, really, was it?
No.
Patel played it well, sort of give himself that room and timed it lovely through the backward point area, didn't he?
Flew off the bat, didn't
it?
Yeah, it did. Why didn't he not bring that one out first time? What was he doing? Not bringing that one out first time. Coughlin in again. Oh, this is a good bat.
This sounds amazing, that.
That's a completely different sound off that bat. He must have borrowed that from somebody else. Little clip through mid-wicket, and through square leg. Timing that was. That's a sign of a player who's in.
Yeah, he's a good player, Patel. Yeah,
yeah,
he's had a good sort of 14.
2-3 seasons.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, last season he was outstanding, wasn't he? He's got some big hundreds.
Short ball, Coughlin. Yeah, just a check from Paul Pollard to Pete Hartley to see if that had gone over.
Good pace, that.
Good pace. Skiddiness off the surface.
You know,
well directed as well.
Yeah, with Coggers, which is interesting enough as well, he's actually been our fastest bowler in Championship cricket this year. And we've had obviously Potts and Cars, but Coggers has actually bowled the fastest ball.
Big strong boy.
Yeah, he is, and when he does click, he's very much a timer, isn't he? When things time and he gets his timing right and he clicks, he can bowl a fast, strong ball.
He follows that short ball up with that's a big shot. Lees couldn't quite get it there at mid-off. Just couldn't quite get it. Didn't quite carry to him. Durham captain, is he thinking about a dive forward? And if he did, I think he might have been
lost
looking.
his teeth.
Yeah, I was going to say, he might be looking for a dentist.
I'm not sure Leesy's diving forward.
No, I don't think he is. Unless somebody pushed him over.
As I just mentioned, it's freezing.
Yeah.
He's hit that pretty hard, hasn't he?
It was a sweet timing shot. It was a sweet timing shot. It wasn't a bad ball again. On the up. Big shot from Rian Ahmed. And thinking a little bit of a field change. I'm not sure if Coggers is maybe thinking of a slower ball or a short ball. Third was coming up for a second, but he's now gone back. Coughlin finished the over. This one full of length. Good shot from Rian Ahmed. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary.
Good feeling, Leesy.
Lees chases after it. And good bit of work from Lees and Ben Wren. And a better over for Leicester, but another good over for Durham in the power play. 7 runs from it. 25 for 1 are the Foxes at the end of the 4th over.
Poor running that, I thought, from the Leicester pair. They only managed to pick up 2 there. It was a good shot, little chip over mid-off. Good bit of feeling from Leesy, but you'd like to think they can push for 3 there.
It was in the air a long time,
yeah,
wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, they sort of just jogged the 2, didn't they? As you just mentioned a couple of overs ago, running's so important, isn't it, in the power play? It's not just about hitting the boundaries. If you can put pressure on the fielders and turn your 2s into 3s and things like that.
Especially on a ground this size, I think, and on a wicket like this, if you pinch, if you can turn 1 into 2, 4 or 5 times, or 2 into 3, that's worth your weight in gold when it comes towards the end of the game, because I don't think it's going to be a high scoring affair. Bushnell comes in. Shortish ball. What do you tell us about young Johnny Bushnell?
Bushy, I like what Leesy's done here. He's backed him, hasn't he? I think he's a young key when you come in. I think it might be his T20 debut or his 2nd or 3rd games. When you get a chance, it's good that you get the backing from the captaincy, isn't it? But Bushy, another one who's got a bit of pace. He's a strong lad, can swing the ball. He's having a decent season in the 2nd team this year as well.
Excellent shot there from Rian Ahmed. Just a little bit fuller from Bushnell. A little bit of nerves, but he's pitched that up, just gone that little bit fuller, and it's a beautiful shot from Rian Ahmed. He hasn't tried to hit it too hard. He's kept his shape.
Good shot. I think, like we just said about the seamers, I think
if you can just hold your length and be a bit short, I think Bushy's just gone a bit fuller there. It has been a bit harder to hit with that sort of two-pace, hasn't it? So
finding your natural length.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seeing if you can get the ball to swing or to move.
Yeah.
It's always difficult when you come into the game, especially if there's a bit of nerves there. What's your natural length? Where is the ball going to move for you? Can you get it straight? A little bit shorter. Good bowling. A little bit shorter. I think he maybe run his fingers across the side of the ball there, and just a little bit shorter. Rian Ahmed was long way through the shot before that got to him, and it's like what Norman Gifford used to say to me. If you are looking at the sky, you ain't going to hit the ball. And I'm not sure Rian Ahmed was looking at the ball as it went past him. So
he might have just rolled his fingers over that Bushy. Yeah. He does that he sometimes does actually bowl a bit of an off cutter. Just take the pace off it.
Field change. Deep point comes in. Third in the circle. Fine leg is in the circle. So 2 men out. Deep mid wicket and deep square leg.
Bold.
It's a better length. More pace on it as well. Just trapped Rian Ahmed on the crease. And it's been a decent start from
Bushy, this.
Jonathan Bushnell. One on his early part of his T20 career. Decent crowd in. Not a full house by any stretch of the imagination because of the coldness of the weather. He's got to get out of this over. 2 balls left. And that's a good ball. Back of a length. Well played from Patel. He's probably looking to hit that, looking to give himself some width to try and hit that a little bit squarer. And Bushnell's just followed him a touch, and it's run
good
down
bowling.
the third. Good bowling.
His line's got to be so important here, hasn't it, with this field? No men out on the offside. He's got to be so straight, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's got to make sure that it's top of the pads, waistband, but that's got to be at the batter. Oh, what a shot!
What a shot that is!
What a shot this is! This is a great shot from Rian Ahmed. He's trying to get out the way of it, and at the last minute, he's just run his hands towards the ball and just scooped it over the top of Ollie Robinson. An excellent end to the over for the Foxes. 36 for 1 after 5. And we've got a commentary change up here. Gareth Breeze is going to be joined by Ashley Thorpe.
Last over of the power play. It's going to be Paul Coghlan to continue from the Finkel end. Rishi Patel on strike, who backs away, pushes this out into the offside.
Oh, mix up there.
And Ahmed slips again. Good evening, Gareth. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Ash. Really just enjoying Coggers' work in the power play here. 3 overs in the power play. I mean, it's been impressive.
He's bowled well. It's been interesting the lengths that the Durham bowlers have bowled so far. Listening to Steve and Scotty and having watched the first 5 overs, what are your thoughts so far?
Just go off the Coggers' ball here.
And again, that's punched beautifully off the back foot by Patel.
I think he's just got that one probably a little bit too short. I think they've been trying to hit probably waist height deliveries going through the top of the stumps. That's where he's been pretty much fairly successful so far. I think despite going for a couple of boundaries so far, that what they've done really well is been able to not lose the over. So despite going for an early boundary, they've probably only gone for 6s and 7s. So it's been a brilliant start from the Durham team.
Yeah, they haven't got away, have they, so far? 40 for 1 on the board. As Coghlan comes in again to Patel, who likes to come down the leg side, and Coghlan follows him, and Patel does beautifully as he swivels and picks that one up off his hip and hits another boundary. Very boundary heavy so far, Leicester.
Yeah, they are. I mean, not really great running. As you said, Rian Ahmed has slipped over a couple of times, so possible run-out opportunities that were missed. But heavy boundary percentage so far. But you'd have to say this has always been said to be one of the toughest overs to bowl in T20 game, and they're obviously trying to go at this one. So they've gone 8 to 2 boundaries so far.
Interesting one, having Coghlan bowl his 3rd. Here to finish off the power play, and then he comes again. And he backs away in a swing and a miss this time from Patel. Looking to cash in the last half of the over here. 2 boundaries early in the over, 44 for 1. And Durham, if they can sneak another wicket here in the power play, will be happy. And Leicester, if they can remain 1 down, will probably be happy also.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 balls to see how that's going to play out. Look, I know it's always hard to bowl 3 in the power play, but I think Coggers, after his first 2 overs, you'd say, look, I'd back him to go again. It's one of those things, it could go, but I mean, he's done an amazing job with the ball so far.
With Patel tending to back away to the leg side, he's now got point out on the boundary, and mid-wicket comes in. And Patel drives this one and follows the man out to deep point.
I know there's been a little bit of talk about the pitch so far, but I mean, some of the shots that Ryan Ahmed has played so far and also what Patel's played, I know a lot of them have probably been off the back foot, but if you've seen Ahmed, he's actually played some check shots off the up, back down the ground. So it does suggest that the ball is actually coming onto the bat fairly well.
Yeah, I guess with the live grass on the pitch, that would suggest that there will be a little bit more pace on. Last ball of the power play. And Ahmed gets a lot of this, and will it go all the way? It'll be 1 bounce and 4. And that ends the power play. The Foxes, 49 for 1 after 6.
I think quite even, and I think this, with the conditions, I'd say probably you'd think that Leicester are probably just slightly ahead after the power play, with one big over to close the power play out. But I think up to that point, really good job from the Durham bowlers. I'm sure now they'll probably look to go to a little bit of spin coming out of the power play. They've got quite a few spin options, and the wicket report probably said that it probably might take a little bit of spin later. So there's a few spin options, Parkinson, Sauter, that they can probably go to this stage.
He does have a lot of options, Alex Lees. You mentioned those two, and Ashton Turner, obviously a part-time off-spinner also. So he does have options, but he's going to continue with pace, and Matthew Potts. Sorry, it's going to be Bushnell is going to continue. After being... No, it is Potts. Absolutely, Matthew Potts. The scoreboard's dummy, and Potts is a bouncer first ball, and it's right on the money. And Ollie Robinson's a bit of a fumble there.
Has been, considerable bounce in the pitch, I'd say, so far.
Yeah, speaking to Vic a couple of games ago, the county championship game here at Somerset at home, and he'd left grass on, and that really got the ball to carry through, and it did nibble around a little bit, but they got a result there, I think, in 2 days. So the bowlers were definitely happy, but again, David Bedingham was on a different planet that week as well. As Potts comes in again, and this one's a really good length, and Patel gets through just for a single, and Ben Rain.
Ben Rain has created his magic again.
He's always in the game, isn't he? He's never far away.
Just mentioning Bedingham a while ago, and the impact he's had in the last 2 games. I've always been a strong believer that your best players, can play across all formats. Because what makes you a good player is that adaptability, being able to play different situations, and he's come in and proven that. So credit to him, but credit to making the selection decision to bring him in.
Absolutely tough one. We've talked about with Ryan Campbell around selections quite a lot. As Ahmed off the back foot uses his wrists and works this one away into the leg side, and will pick up a single. Just talking about some of the selection headaches that he was going to have trying to fit all of these players into the team, and he's made the tough one to leave Ben Dorshus out the overseas.
Harmy mentioned earlier about, with the franchise world, that this is a decision, and, having the opportunity to have 3 overseas players. You can't guarantee performance. And if somebody comes and they're not in the form, or the team needs a different balance, it's great to have that opportunity.
This one's pulled away by Patel out into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single. Yeah, absolutely. And you just can't ignore what David Beddingham's doing at the moment. He's absolutely on fire. Every time he turns up, he looks like he's playing at a different level to everybody else on the ground.
I think when somebody's in that kind of form, you got to play them whatever format it is. I'm really pleased now to see Bushnell, another young all-rounder, coming off the Durham ranks, getting his opportunities.
Potts in again, and he rolls the wrists on this one, and it's pulled away into the leg side. He looked initially as if it was going to carry down to Clark down on the boundary, but it's just a single.
I've enjoyed watching these 2 players, but I know I said earlier I want Durham to win, and I really would like to see the back of them, but 2 exciting young players here, going after obviously more boundary oriented so far, but quite exciting for Leicester.
Rishi Patel's been in some form over the last couple of years also. Took a liking to the Durham attack last year down at Grace Road, scoring a century. And he tries to drive this one down the ground, and Potts gets a hand on that, and will it be run out?
Oh, that's close.
Ahmed's in trouble, and he's gone. He's gone. I feel a bit for him because he was backing up, and Potts got the ball, but from what we've seen in the running between the wickets, he isn't the quickest mover, and he struggled to get going there, and he's been run out, and an important wicket for Durham. 63 for 2.
Yeah, that could. I know it's just outside the power play, but just getting an early wicket. Hopefully now you can look to squeeze, as you say, get probably the spinners on for a little bit now with a new batter in. But brilliant throw into the keeper's ending.
Yeah, it was a really important piece of fielding and an important wicket for Durham. And I think you might see the bowling of Ben Rain come into the attack rather than spin. which is another option. It does look like a seam-friendly pitch. There's a lot of live grass on, and something that Ben Rain will absolutely relish bowling on with his changes of pace and just bowling stump to stump and nibbling the ball around.
Really good. When you talk about playing the game on the field from the boundary, obviously our commentary team had a look at the wicket, and we thought probably would have batted first because it might spin. We thought obviously with loads of spin options in the team might go that way, but I think the game has to be played live. So the guys are out there now, despite what the conditions look like, they're thinking that obviously seam's going to be the better, and they've got loads of seam options, obviously with Bushnell coming into the team too.
That's Ben Rain from the Finkel end, bowls a slower ball, and Patel punches it off the back foot. And Alex Lee smothers that one in the covers, preventing a second run.
Because it's all well and good to plan and say what you're going to do, but I mean, if you don't play the game live in front of you, you can miss. And I think it's just a good opportunity here, and for Lees to pick up what's been happening, and he's obviously thinking that seems more effective at this point anyway.
Absolutely. There was one in that first over it was a wide, I think, from Parkinson that seemed to grip and bounce and turn to the left-hander. But we're going to have Peter Hanscom with his unique stance on strike, and this one's tucked away off the hip, and he's away first ball. Be interesting to see if the running between the wickets improves with the new batter in now, because you have to say they probably missed a few runs out there in the first 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, and saying that too, there were probably a couple of run-out opportunities that Durham could have had also. So I mean, I think it was they missed a few and we missed a few. Not very impartial, they're saying we.
As rain comes in, and this is short, and it's pulled away, and it's going to be tough to stop that out on the boundary, and that's excellent. That out in the dirty wicket end.
And that's Souter, is it?
Absolutely outstanding piece of fielding by Nathan Souter. It's hit hard.
Means so much. To the bowlers when opportunities like that come in the outfield and people are throwing themselves around. It's the only thing that really dictates you as a group. You feel together as a group, and he's a bowler, so he'll appreciate that when it's repaid later down in the game.
Absolutely outstanding bit of work by the leg spinner, who'll be relishing his opportunity to get in and get a bowl. As rain comes in again, and this is attempted slog and an inside edge by Patel. It's Byes, actually. That must have been close to the stumps.
Not many mistakes from Robbo, but that was hard because, it was a pull shot. Probably just got in his way, so he probably just missed that a little bit. But as you said, Souter will be chomping at the bit. I think it was at Leicester that he destroyed, great performance earlier in the first win too, wasn't it?
He's done really well. He had an exceptional season last year for Durham. I'll be looking to repeat his heroics with the ball. I'm sure he'll get an opportunity soon, and we probably will see Parkinson also back into the attack just to check out if the spin option is going to work. But like you say, with Bushnell being in the side now, Lees has options on both sides with seam and spin. As Ben Rain comes in now, and an attempted sweep there strikes the pad, and it's a big appeal. And this one's going to run away, and it's going to be 4-leg byes. Ben Rain is not happy at all around that. It was an attempted sweep. It's like he's tried to get outside the line, Rishi Patel, but importantly, it's another 4 runs to the Foxes. That moves the score on to 65 now for 2.
They've since the last over the power play, they've kind of motored on considerably. You can tell that they've definitely made a shift in gear from here. I think they were probably trying to not lose too many wickets in the power play. And then look to accelerate outside of the power play, and that they seem to have done that.
And I guess that's the advantage by only losing the 1 wicket early, that you can continue to put the foot down even though you have lost a wicket, and Ben Rain in right on the money again.
Because I think there was a discussion with the first 2 lads about whether there was a slip to Coggers when he was bowling well in the first 2 overs. I think the argument was there for it, because you're thinking if you're on top, you almost like try and take the opportunity then, and then you can always back off. It's always hard to then try and chase the game after opportunity might have slipped through. Nothing went through, but it's sometimes just the intent that you show. But as I said, his first 2 overs were brilliant, and it was always a tough over ball in the 6th in the power play.
Absolutely. And we are going to see some spin, as the man we talked about earlier in the over for his brilliant piece of fielding, Nathan Souter, is going to have a ball from the Lumley end. Right arm leg spinner from the west of Sydney. It's been an excellent addition to the Durham squad over the last couple of years.
Not the Australian and Durham.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Souter comes in. These foreigners, mate, they come in, they take our jobs. They take our women.
Very, very welcoming part of the country. I've made it my home, my family, everything. welcomed when I got here. I've loved every time that I've spent with Durham so far.
Souter this time's punched off the back foot by Patel. Yeah, absolutely similar to me. Once it came here and then obviously met my wife, and then the rest's history. I've never looked to move anywhere else. Opportunities have come up, but this has always kind of been home for me since I moved here, and
you were
now it's full of Aussies.
And you were one of the first faces I saw in the Durham dressing room up at South North playing a second team game back in 2003, I think it was.
A long time ago, mate. As Souter is again punched off the back foot, so he's trying to bowl quite a hard length as well, by the look of it, which has so far proved difficult to get away.
Yeah, that's just offered a little bit also.
I was in the nets the other day talking with Ashton Turner around his bowling and different theories. This one's a little bit slower and it's swept away by Hanscom. A little bit slower, a little bit fuller, so a good change up there from Souter. But again, bowls very straight.
Yeah, but I think that's the key though. I mean, anything, giving a bit of width or giving you arms, guys aren't worried about people on the boundary. You just need the room to get the arms through it. So tighter you can stay to the wickets, especially when you're just starting, it's brilliant.
And Souter again is on the money. Sorry, my microphone just dropped off there for a moment.
The thing is, so far, I know. This is probably only the second over spin, but Callum Parkinson, as you said, did get some to offer with the new ball. He also, got the first wicket, and I think with the patchy surface that they've talked about, you don't know which one's going to run on our spin. So he's just bowling straight, obviously in your favour.
And getting out of the over nicely with another single there. It's a good start from Souter, just for 4 off that first over, and that might influence the captain with his next bowling changes.
Yeah, it looks like Callum Parkinson's come back on here.
70 for 2 now after 9. So both sides, this game's really nicely poised actually at the moment.
Quite even. I think, I'd love to see Durham pick up another couple of wickets here, put the squeeze on. I think, although we haven't got a massive crowd here, it'd be really nice to have a win at home. I think momentum's so important, and I think the last 2 games that Durham have managed to get over the line would have done themselves a world of good with their confidence.
Absolutely. There is a pretty healthy crowd, actually. It's not as big as what we had for the first home game as Parkinson comes in. Left arm round the wicket. This is tucked away nicely by Patel into the leg side. Sorry, it's Peter Hanscom that was on strike into the leg side. Thought they might have considered pushing for 2 there just to put the fielders under pressure, but they just ambled through, which we've seen quite a lot of so far this evening.
Yeah, you have hammered him for the running between the wickets, haven't you?
Yeah, I was always big for that. As Patel now tries that ball down to long on, where Paul Coghlan does the fielding just in front of us. So you'll be happy. 2 spin bowlers on, mate. The next spin bowler, and just let everybody know what you do for a job these days.
Well, lucky enough to work in women's cricket with the England women as their spin coach, and I mean it's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed it. Quite lucky with the spinners that I've got. Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Charlie Dean. 3 really good spinners and great girls to work with.
Such an important part of the women's game as it is in all formats, and that one has gripped a little bit from Parkinson.
That has gone. It's funny because just looking at and watching Parky bowl, I was thinking, why has he got 5 out? Because obviously so much in the women's game, we only got 4 out. I've got to remember my roots. I'm not,
If it was the female game, you'd probably have mid-off up in the circle, which seems to be the pretty standard practice. But a nice start again from Parkinson in this spell. Just the 2 off the over so far, and that last ball just gripped. This one's short and again holds in the surface.
Definitely has offered. I mean, consistently you'd say. Parky's probably had out of he's 11 balls into his spell, and I think he's probably had 4 or 5 that have offered nicely. So spin could be really important.
And that's a really good finish to the over. And at the halfway stage, the Leicestershire Foxes are 73 for 2. We're going to have a little bit of a change up here. Breezy, they've had enough of us, foreigners. They're going to go on an all-England lineup here. They're going to go with former England Test cricketers, Stephen Harmison and Scott Borthwick, former England's Women International, and new Durham women's coach, which has just been announced yesterday, and Danny Hazel, and she'll join the lads very, very shortly.
Cheers, Thorpe. Yeah, has it been a good start from Durham? I think it has. I think the surface has got a little bit in it. Been an excellent start from Rishi Patel, but I think 2 wickets down. I think Durham will be happy where they sit at this moment in time. If they can get Patel out very, very soon, then I fancy Durham being in the right position. But they're going to try and squeeze it with spin. Souter again. He's driven the first couple of couple of balls of the last over into the surface. That one there was just a little bit more air. And Scotty, what do you think as a leg spinner yourself?
Yep.
What do you think is his mindset? I'll give you a second to think about that. If he comes into ball, the last one had a little bit more air in it. That one there grips. That's turned and bounced.
Great, but I think as well, we're watching it on the screen here, and we're right behind it. We actually see the drift he's getting, which just shows how much spin he's putting on it. But I mean, Souter's outstanding in this format, isn't he? He changes it up. Yeah, he changes it up amazing as well. Like that big wrong in there.
Getting the wrong end, gone for a big sweep shot.
But
Robinson's just thinking that he might have dragged his back foot, but Paul Pollard says no.
But yeah, he's brilliant at bowling. He mixing up with sliders, leg spinners, toppies. Wrongens, like he's set up for a leg spinner's field here with 2 backward points, leaving the mid wicket open. Oh, that's a good googly as well, isn't it?
It's a good ball, good pace. Rishi Patel was expecting that just to bounce a little bit. He's looking for the cut shot. He's trying to naturally give himself some width. Souter's just followed him with a googly. I'm not sure Patel picked that. Weird stance from Peter Hanscom when he first addresses the pitch. Gone for the sweep shot. Short, fine leg.
Good fielders from
David Bedingham. Man in form. The last thing you want him to do is dive and fall over and do a shoulder or something like that, because he's done that before. But Souter, can he get out of the over? 3 singles from the 5 balls in the over so far. Can he get out of the over with no damage?
How was that missed?
Gone through everything, missed everything. Ollie Robinson shaking his head. A good bit of fielding there from Ben Rain just to pull it in from the boundary.
How was that missed? It's kept low as well. I think it's gone through all his legs.
Yeah, gone through his legs. A good over from Souter. 5 runs off it, 3 runs off his bowling with the 2 byes. The Foxes are 78 for 2, and Danny Hazel, the new Durham women's coach, announced this week. What have you made of the game so far? Congratulations, by the way. And what have you made of the game so far?
Yeah, it's been the most non-cricket secret in women's cricket for the last few months, I think. But look, it's been a good game so far. I think Durham got control of the scoreboard so far, and hoping to keep this next 9 quiet.
Parkinson in again. Gone for the big shot. It seems as though, Scotty, it's difficult to sort of get underneath it. Ball, when it's full, it's skidding on. And it's when it's short, it's sitting in the pitch. There's a level of inconsistency from a batter's point of view. Yeah. When you're in that position, how do you combat that? And that there, just too full from Parkinson, an excellent shot down the ground from Patel. He looks in good touch, does Rishi Patel. But as a mindset from a batter, what are you looking for?
Oh yeah, I think you've just got to keep looking to play strong shots, especially down the ground. You've seen Patel there looking to hit the ball hard down the ground. I think you've just got to have that mindset. I think the next 2 or 3 overs is massively important for both sides here. I'm pleased we've got double spin on now. We were saying it just off air, weren't we, on the 7th, 8th over. Can we get Souths into the game? Can we get Parky back on? I'm pleased we've got double spin now. If we can just have 2 overs, with double spin, 3 overs. Let's see, the next 2 or 3 overs is massive for both teams here.
Big shot again from Patel. Just clears it over the top of extra cover. Call us 2, but Patel says no, and Hanscom has to go back. And from Leicester Foxes' point of view, Danny, is it just trying to give themselves a good platform for the onslaught of the last 4 or 5 overs?
Yeah, I think you've got a batter in, haven't they? Can we kind of build his innings around the batter that's got in? And if he can kick on as well into these next few overs.
Yeah, just a little bit shorter of length. Tried to spin that one. It did spin.
Didn't it?
Just sat up as well, so it was an easier one to play off the back foot. Hanscom's a wonderful player, I think.
Yeah,
in
he
domestic
is. Very good player.
Cricket.
Good player spin as well. Very good sweep with the ball. I bowled at him last year in red ball cricket. He's really good sweep with the ball.
More pace on it this time. Parkinson asking the question. Paul Pollard said no. Just gone into the leg side, and again another very, very good over from Durham. 6 runs off it. Foxes are 84 for 2 after 12 overs.
I think when it is a bit too paced or keeping low, a sweep shot is very hard to play.
Yeah.
We've seen a few of the guys miss it already. Like I said earlier on, you've got to look to keep hitting strong shots down the ground and take the pitch out of it and think, right, how can I just keep hitting strong shots, keep hitting in the V? So I think as soon as you try and play cross-batted shots on a pitch that is a bit too paced or keeping low, it's obviously challenging.
And Durham just keep going with double spin, Danny, and say, right, we're going to keep squeezing the game.
Yeah, and I think you can sneak a few overs, and you look at the scoreboard, and there's only 6 or 7 overs left, and I think it's a good ploy by Durham so far.
South is going to bowl his 3rd over, 0 for 7 off his 2 so far. Good pressure from the Durham spin bowlers. A big shot down the ground from Patel. Man underneath it, and not quite. I think it's Coggins? I think it's Paul Coughlin down there at long on, he came into the boundary's edge, tried to give himself a little bit. I don't think it is Coggins down there. It's a long way down, and it's dark now.
It's dark. We can't see that far. We're too old to see that far down.
Gone with 2 hands and not understanding where the boundary rope was. Another big shot.
Yes.
This time it's out. Googly this time. One big shot too many for the impressive Rishi Patel, who's got a ball. It's just spun back through the gate, and the sweep shot hasn't worked this time for the Leicester Foxes opener. He's gone for an impressive 48 off 44 balls, and the Googly's done for him.
Good bit of bowling from South. I kept the stumps in play a bit faster. I think they just skidded on. Like I just mentioned there about the sweep shot, it's tricky, isn't it, when it is a bit sort of too paced and skidded on. Good bit of bowling from South. Like I say, he wants to keep the stumps in play all the time, whatever ball he's bowling. Not on there, just a bit faster. If Durham can just go another 2 wickets here and go 100 for 5 or something, we're right on top here, I think.
Good pressure as well, Danny, in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity now, new batter in to build some pressure, and again they can turn around and 2 overs have gone past, and then you've only got the last 3 or 4 overs to go, so good chance now to build a bit of pressure.
Johan Mulder comes in, South African international. We've seen him as we were doing the pitch report, Scott, and we were a little bit jealous in the South African international because we were standing there with T-shirts on, and he had a big coat and a woolly hat on. He was freezing, was the South African international. But he comes in, he's on strike. I think he's a very, very good all-round cricketer.
I'd love to see a slip-in play here, Harmy.
Yeah.
Like I say, if we can go another 2 wickets here and get them 5 down, I think it's massive. Can we put a bit of pressure on? Can we find a slip, especially to the new batter?
It's 2 relatively newish batters. Hanscom's 10 off 13. Mulder's just come in, faced the 1 ball, got his single. Patel goes for 48, who played, I thought, was very, very good. He played an impressive innings on what is not an easy surface. Again, Googly back into Hanscom. I'm not sure Hanscom's picking Nathan Souttar's Googly. I think that's 3 now he's bowled to him, and I think all 3 have got the Australian international in trouble. 4 balls gone in the over, 6 off the first ball.
Oh, that's good bowling again, isn't it?
Yeah, non-strike, on the money, straight out, ball. I think that one was straight on.
Yeah, I think that was a leg spin that just didn't spin. By, let's see, we've got a great view here on the screen, haven't we? We're right behind.
Yeah, and we're warm, which is the most important thing.
Amazing bowling from Southside. Great over.
Excellent.
6 from the first ball as well.
Excellent over. 6 from the first ball, 7 off the over with 1 wicket. As the 13th over finishes, and the Foxes are 91 for 3. And it is a case, Danny, to keep going with a spin, or do you go it looks like Durham are going to go with a seamer, but are they going to keep an over of Parkinson and South, or Leesy's going to keep it up their sleeve?
I would say so. I think Rainey's going to come on and bowl slow balls, isn't he? He bowled really well the other day. He's going to take the pace off it. So I think he'll get through his overs just as fast as the spinners do as well. So I think now it's a good opportunity if you can just build that bit of pressure. And hopefully keep to a very, under par score.
Speaking of par scores, what do you reckon par score is here? 150, 140,
150? Yeah, 160, 150, 160 I think will be par. But I think this is not a bad move from Leesley, because Ben will almost do what Spinney will do. Like he'll mix it up as much as he can. He'll bowl a lot of slow balls, a lot of cutters. So it's not a bad move, and then you've got Parky for one up your sleeve when South is finished. So Parky could bowl the 15th over here.
You're keeping the spinner for when
if you get a new batter. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's not a bad move.
Ben ran off the back of 5 for 21 in the last game, full of confidence. Had a really good with bat and ball so far in the T20 blast. Big shot, gone through mid-wicket. I'm not sure mid-wicket's seen that. Good bit of fielding by Coughlin down in the deep, and scampered for 2. And that's important for Leicester Foxes now. Not so much the big shots and the boundaries, but making sure there's no dot balls. I think they're just a little bit behind. I think they're maybe 10 runs behind where they'd want to be. I think that wicket, the wicket of Patel just, derailed them just a touch. But I still think anything in around 150 will be a difficult chase later on tonight. I think the way the wicket is and the way the unpredictability from the spinners. Another ball pace off, full ball, both men on the leg side, out in deep. All 4 men on the leg side, out in the deep. So Ben Rain's he's running in, he's bowling as straight as he possibly can, taking the pace off the ball and making sure that if there is a big shot, the stumps are in play and he's got plenty of protection on that leg side boundary. Halfway through the over, 4 runs from it. Rain in again, and that's a good ball.
That's a good ball.
That's a good ball into to the back of a length, just skidded on top of the knee roll. Another good ball, good delivery, good pressure from Durham and from Ben Rain. Two relatively experienced cricketers out in the middle for Leicester Foxes. Hanscom and Mulder have played a lot of domestic white ball and T20 cricket, but so has Ben Rain. Again,
that's out.
LBW. Yes, that's given. Ball just nips back towards off stump, probably pitching on off stumps, and whether it's nipped back or whether it's a little off cutter, whichever way it is.
Great ball from Rooney.
Yeah, Paul Pollard sticks the finger up.
Just felt like his pressure was building there, doesn't it? It was just a few dots and pressure was really starting to build. Pace off on a big playing area. It's quite hard to get the ball out there, and if you're only getting 2s, the pressure starts to build quite quickly.
Yeah, the boundaries have dried up for the Foxes. Mulder goes for 2. The Foxes are 95 for 4, and with 1 ball to go in the 14th over. And I said Scott were probably 10 behind, and maybe 12, 15 behind where they are now.
Yeah, good change up that from Leesy, wasn't it, to bring Rainey on. Great skills, little off cut like you said. Looked absolutely stone dead, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
One of those LBs is a batter you're walking off. But like I just said, if we big squeeze these next 2 or 3 overs, and like I say, if we can get them 5 down, we can almost get them under for 140, really, couldn't we? Which I think would be an amazing effort.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. If you can put the hole in now, from a bowling point of view, it derails the big push and the big shot at the end, because the big players and the big hitters are in the dugout. Final ball over the over. Ben Rain can't believe that's not slipped through. Louis Kimber, who has come to the crease, has just got a bat just in time. And what's been another fantastic over for Durham. At the end of the 14th over, the Foxes are 95 for 4. And I think on a difficult wicket, they're in a little bit of trouble here. I think they're in a little bit of trouble. 6 overs to go. Keep Souter going.
Definitely. I think from Leicester's point of view, it's, I think in these scenarios you want a batter batting through as much as you can. I think Patel's wicket was a huge wicket and probably going to have a big impact in this game, and definitely this score.
Souter comes in for his last over. He's got 1 for 14 off his 3. Touch under 5 and over. He's been very impressive tonight for Durham. Ball running back in towards Peter Hanscom. 2 is the cry. Kimber's not that keen on coming back. I'm not sure if he slipped. Good fielding out in the deep, and the boundaries really have. It is a big surface. The wicket it's not as consistent as what I mean. It's an absolute road compared to what you have in the West Indies in America at this moment in time. But still, it's not the most consistent wicket, and I think Durham's spin bowlers have exploited that very, very well. Again, not giving him anything to get. Not to get anything.
Great lines,
underneath.
isn't it?
It's excellent lines. I think the speed as well. That's at that length. The speed is pretty much spot on from Nathan Souter. If he throws that at that length, if he throws that up that little bit higher and takes a pace off it, Hanscom can potentially get to it, or he can get underneath it.
I wonder if what we said at the toss, Harmy, that batting against the new ball might be the easiest time to bat, when it sort of skidded on a bit and kissed on a bit better than as it is now.
2 off the first, 1 off the second.
Change of feel as well here, Harmy. So one of the points has gone to mid-wicket.
He's also still trying to squeeze.
Yeah,
he's got in closer as well.
Stouts can do nothing different here. Just keep doing what he's doing, but changing his field. Try and get a dot into mid-wicket.
Yeah, Kimber none off 2 balls. Pressure just building. Again, another ball which is in towards the stumps, not giving the batter any sort of width whatsoever. Good speed, good lines, good lengths, building pressure. 3 dot balls so far has Kimber faced.
Oh, this is great bowling.
Another one, it's driven into the surface, and the ball's just sat up. It hasn't really come off that consistently than what you'd expect on a good wicket. That there would be, a chance to get your hands free. You got good quick hands, but again, it just sat up a little bit. Didn't quite get to the batter as he was expecting. Can he get out of the over with a dot ball? He can. What a fantastic over that was from Nathan Souter. He's got round quickly as well. At the end of the 15th over, 3 from it, and the Foxes are 98 for 4.
Amazing bowling that. We almost applauded it, didn't we, in the comments box there? We were clapping. Great skills.
Such good control, hasn't it? It's just control of doing exactly what he wants to do with the ball, not being dictated to by what the batters do.
Yeah, I think as well, like you say, he changed his field, but he didn't change what he was doing, and that's the subtle things you do as a T20 bowler. You can change your field, but you don't necessarily change what you're doing as well.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. Can you keep the pressure building as a spin bowler? And that's exactly what Souter and Parkinson has done. And speaking of spin bowlers, one of Durham's very, very finest spin bowlers of Gareth Breeze has just entered back in alongside Ashley Thorpe.
Yeah, Ash, it's just been a brilliant spell between the 3 bowlers who have operated for the last 8 overs. So Ben Rain, Souter and Callum Parkins. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, they've really put the squeeze on, haven't they? The slower bowlers, including Ben Rain, in that bowling stump to stump. That brings up the 100 for the Foxes. 4 down. The first ball of the 16th over. And the Foxes, you would think, need a big finish here.
Yeah, I think
still got wickets in hand.
That they do, and I mean, some good players. As you say, they've got, Hanscom still in. He's making his way, probably just run a ball at the moment, but probably looking to get away towards the end here.
Left arm round the wicket from Parkinson, and this has cut away nicely, and that might be a boundary.
Yeah.
And it will be a boundary. Lovely placement that from Peter Hanscom, and just what the Foxes needed as a move to 104 for 4.
How impressive was Souter there?
Yeah, outstanding spell there. And as a former spinner yourself, talk us through what was really impressive about that.
I think it's just the way he manages field. I mean, even that last over, he got on top and he just maintained the pressure. He didn't give them that easy single into mid-wicket to rotate. I think it was just how smart he was, really. As you say, he took our fielder from short third man into short mid-wicket and straight away just took a little bit of pace off. So he was obviously just managed it. Harmy mentioned about, can you keep the pressure on when you maintain that pressure, or you get that pressure, and they've done that brilliantly.
4 overs, 1 for 17 for Souter, and one of those, remember, was dropped right on the line from Peter Hanscom that carried on for 6.
And I mean, so I would have lost my house on that one with Coggers being down there, not only with his hands, but with his height too.
Yeah, he's a serious athlete in the outfield, as we've just seen there, as he's collected that one in and rocketed the ball back. 105 now for 4. Deep into the 16th. Parkinson fires that one a little bit flatter, and again it's hit away nice and square.
Good fielding by Clark there.
And Clark, as you said, might have just hurt himself there as he slides in to collect that and now limps back to his position.
I think everything hurts more when it's this cold.
Yeah. And once you get north of 30 as well. Trust me, I had cramp in both calves on the weekend. That was impressive. As Parkinson comes in and this is driven again. And what tends to happen when you carry a little niggle in the outfield, the ball tends to follow you.
And then another spinner here has finished really well. Parky's bowled in the power play. He went for 10 off his first over, and he's walked away at 4 overs, 1 for 28. So the pressure that he's been able to build with Souter and Ben Rain since they've come back has been absolutely brilliant. And I think, this is where the game has probably shifted. There has been a lot of wickets, which I think has even made the fact that they've been able to control the scoring rate even more impressive.
Absolutely right. Gareth Breeze and Ashley Thorpe with you. As the Foxes, 4 overs remaining, 24 big balls left in the innings. And speaking of those, Matthew Potts comes into the attack.
I'll leave that one alone.
As
So what do you think is going to finish here? We got Potts. We got what, 4 overs to go here. Ben Rain still got 2, I think.
And you'll have Coughlin, who'll also have some up his sleeve. I think he's got 1 up his sleeve, and maybe 1 from Ben Rain. But yeah, good options available. As Potts comes in, and this one is slapped back over his head, and it goes all the way. Lovely strike that from Kimber.
Because I think the gamble you have here, if with how spin was going, it would have been a case where do you try and get one of the part-time spinners in, probably around that 15th, 16th over before it gets into the final 3, then probably hold with the right-handers in, holding Callum Parkinson back because he was going away from the bat. Might be too late to go back to spin now.
Potts comes in, and this one's pulled away out into the deep by Jared Kimber.
I remember playing a game here, and I think there's miscalculation, and Rocky saved me for the last over against Bairstow.
Get the ball at the death.
Yeah, the first 3 balls went straight into Ballantyne's. Yeah, we won't
happen.
Yeah, we'll try and forget that one now.
Potts in again, and this one's on the money and nudged into the leg side, and I think they'll get back for 2. They'll have to hustle, and it's a good throw, and it's a direct hit, but he's well home. That's excellent running by Jared Kimber, running to the danger end, and lovely touch from Hanscom.
Contrasting to our earlier stint when you hammered them for their running.
I did.
Yeah, a bit more
Being
intensity.
The athlete that I am.
I think we could easily say that we are.
Absolutely. 117 now for 4, so just this starting to build at the back end. It's important for Durham to keep picking up wickets and bringing in new batsmen here. But Pete Hanscom looking to finish this innings off. He's on 25 not out. Kimber's on 10. As Potts finds a dot ball. Absolute gold dust at this time of the innings.
I mean, the way that the evening started with the most on West Indian have also been described as the slowest ever West Indian. So, yeah.
It's a bit harsh. It's a bit harsh.
But it is true.
A good friend of ours, maybe in the strike rate, was definitely slower than you and Jimmy Adams. Definitely a bit quicker than both of us.
That he was.
In the field.
Proper legend around these parts too.
Absolutely. Potts in again, and this one's whipped away. Lovely hands from Hanscom, but he'll just collect the single out into the deep. 118 now for 4.
Potsy's also gone quite well here. I mean, I think the Durham bowlers, when you think about it, we're 118 now, coming into possibly about 3 overs left. Everybody's gone pretty well. I think the only over that's probably gone for quite a few was probably the last over, the power play. We've already stressed how difficult that can be to bowl sometimes. And I think a lot of that is always in hindsight. You know, the started over, you would have given it to Coggers again.
Last ball of the over, and this is Potts, and it's hit high on the bat.
Oh, that's Coggers. This one's
he's not going to drop that one. He is not going to drop that one. Paul Coughlin settles under it and takes the catch. And Jared Kimber is on his way for 10. Coughlin bowled by Matthew Potts. And the Foxes are now 118 for 5. An important wicket because Kimber can be very dangerous at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, these two batters, I mean, although they started to put a little bit of a partnership together, still weren't getting away, were they? I mean, they still run a ball, you know, and even less in the case of Hanscom. So again, it just shows how well the Durham bowlers have bowled. I can't say that it's been the wicket. I think, you know, when you see some of the shots that have been played in terms of the boundary percentage, I think it's the rotation that's probably let them down a little bit. You'd say that, you know, at this stage, with probably another 10-15 runs, you'd think it would have been about a par score finishing the innings off.
So last 3 overs now for Durham. An important part now as Ben Mike joins Pete Hanscom, the not-out batsman who's on 26. He's 26 from 27. As Gareth said there, just slightly less than a run of ballers. Found it difficult. He was dropped early by Coughlin out on the boundary. Ben Rain now joins us back into the attack.
Looks like he's going to go more pace off here. He's got 4 out on the leg, so probably looking for a block hole and pace off, I'd say.
We're about to find out as he runs in now from the Finkel end. And this one gets through Hanscom's defences, and he is bowled. I shouldn't say defences because there was a bit of a swing there from Hanscom, and Ollie Robinson's caught one right in the guts.
Looked like it was a bit of an off-cutter into the pitch. When you think about the 4 out leg side, probably just bowling exactly to his plan, really.
I was just going to talk to you now. So I think the way that the wicket's played, for me, I think hitting the pitch hard has had its own natural variation. Do you think they'll go that way, or do you think the danger of going full and maybe missing and going slot is more dangerous?
I think it's dangerous for the bowlers if they go full. I think if you look at even some of the shots that Ahmed played on the fuller side, they looked to go down the ground. It looked a lot easier to score. Yes, there were a few good shots from Patel that he punched off the back foot and a few pulls that got away. But I think if that's what you're aiming for, you prefer to err and see back foot shots than missing your length, because your field would probably be there to protect hitting the wicket, which is probably more your back four than your front four.
Yep.
So I think for me, you have to learn from the opposition, and I think that's what Durham have done well. Ben Raines varied his pace, but predominantly been back of a length.
So we're going to see a little bit of a change now. Mid-off and mid-on are up in the circle with Ben Cox, a new player, and from what we've seen of Ben Cox over the years, he's very adept at. We talked about paddle sweeps and lap sweeps before. He really uses the pace of the ball well. Being a wicket-keeper, hits the ball into horrible places.
And you can see that with the change of field. So Durham have obviously done their homework, because now they've got a third man fine leg to protect those areas.
So Ben Rain. 2 for 9 from Ben Rain. And a little bit of a misfield there from the skipper. Allows Cox to get off the mark. And they'll be disappointed with that. 2 new batsmen who, up until that ball, were both on naught.
Yeah, and what a great place to be, finishing innings off, because right now, I mean, if it looks tough conditions, it's not always the easiest to come in and start. I mean, even Hanscom, as you say, a quality player like himself, wasn't able to get ahead of run a ball. So obviously quite tough conditions, but I would more say I think it's been the quality of the bowling.
It seems that, like we said, we talked about it earlier, that the ball definitely has been holding up for the slower bowlers, but it did seem to slide on, allowing some pretty serious stroke play earlier on. So hopefully that continues for Durham under the lights here. As this is now punched down the ground and Ben Mike is now also off the mark. What we should see now is maybe a little bit more urgency in the running between the wickets, which we've kept talking about all night. 120 now for 6 for the Foxes. Ben Rain halfway through his third over has 2 for 11.
Ben's just been, I think for me, we talked about him being underrated. I don't think he's underrated. He flies a little bit below the radar, but he's been Mr. Consistent across all formats since he's come back to Durham.
And Ben Rain tries a really slower ball bouncer, and it's gone down the leg side, and it will be a wide. Probably lucky not to be a no ball at that stage. Looked like it was getting quite high, but then probably looped down. It was that slow.
I think with the field that he's got his back protected here, so he's got the option of obviously. Ben Cox predominantly wants to go behind the wicket, so he's got the option of obviously getting him off the front foot, and I think that's what he tried. So for me, I think it was a well planned.
What's worth
probably
the risk,
not executed.
He comes in again, and we talked about
paddle.
the paddle, and he gets that fine, and he managed to beat fine leg even with Parkinson being back on the boundary, and a much needed boundary for the Foxes. They move to 125 now for 6.
Good example of sticking to your strength there. I mean, he probably thought that he could beat him on the inside, and he has. He got it quite fine. Obviously, the length that he's bowling is probably easier to get it that fine, because then he can just get inside the line, but really well executed paddle.
He used the pace nicely there from Ben Rain, and that was full pace on. So will we now see pace off from the Durham Spearhead? Excellent, like you say, across all formats. Comes in, and this is another sweep. Parkinson's come a lot finer there now, so that's really good field placing from the Durham captain and bowler.
I think he was going maximum that sweep then.
Yeah, just bottom edge it, didn't he, down there?
Definitely not paddling. He was definitely going for the Lumley Castle.
Quite a big hit out there. You would say the best part of 70 yards out towards, like you say, the Lumley Castle side of the ground.
It used to be bigger when I played.
It needed to be. Your hand grenade's getting lobbed down.
Hey. Hand grenades explode too.
He comes in now, and this is inside edged onto the pad, and that ends the over.
His execution has been brilliant. And you see the changes throughout that over. Obviously, he had Ben Cox, who's probably stronger behind the wicket. He's gone that way. He's executed back of a length, pace off balls, tried a bumper, which got wided for. But I think it was a good plan. And then you can see now, and they've changed to the other bowler. Then the back four have come up and they've defended front, and he's gone really full for his Yorkers. So I think it just shows the quality of the man to be able to just transfer between his skills. And I think at the highest level. That's what you want to do. You want to just have that almost confidence in your skills, so that when you get across, you can go out there and just do it, because that's when it matters, when it's under pressure.
Absolutely, and as a captain, an absolute dream that you know that Ben Rain knows exactly where he's going to bowl it and can set the field to that, and that kind of takes the pressure off you.
But I think it takes the pressure off you as a player too, because I mean, if you miss, you can hold your hand up and you can say, look, you know, I've missed that one, because you've got the confidence that you'll execute it next time round. I think it's when you don't have that confidence, then that's when all the pressures and all the voices come in.
The voices. I hear a lot of voices. Speaking of voices, Matthew Potts bowls a slower ball. He's bowled him. Just clipped the leg stump. And I'm not going to lie, with our view that we have here, on a little bit of an angle down at third man, and all I could see was the bail just tickle off the leg stump. But Potts taking all the pace off that one. We've talked about the plans to Cox, who likes to use the pace. He was down trying to paddle sweep that one, and Potts gets a better in there. Bowling him, he goes for 6. The Foxes 126 now for 7.
I think, you know, since Leicester took the initiative last over the power play, and I'd say probably across 3 overs when Ahmed and Patel were in through that period, it's all been Durham since that. Really good first 5 in the power play, then really came back with Souter and Parkinson, and have basically strangled the game since then. I mean, they're probably heading, I don't want to put the mockers on it, but you'd hope that Durham will be chasing somewhere less than 145, something like that. And that
11
would be
balls left, yeah.
And that would probably if they get away, but anything can happen in T20s.
Well, Matthew Potts is on a hat-trick. Last ball of his last over, first ball of this one. And this is short and pulled away nicely by Goldsworthy, the new batsman. And he is now off the mark, 127 for 7. 10 balls remaining in the innings.
Starting to put himself together. His thigh pad straps hanging out everywhere. Must have been a bit of a rush with Potts' getting on a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, still trying to tuck that one away. Down where the sun doesn't shine.
That could be anywhere in Durham at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a horrible... Well, it's not raining. We'll take that. And it's quite warm where we are inside. And this is a big swing by Ben Mike.
Chance of a run out.
Potsy with real athleticism picks the ball up and hurls it at the stumps, but Ben Mike gets through for a leg by. Peter Hartley signals.
I remember some of the days when we used to start early season, whether it was championship cricket or I think the all C&G with the red ball, and then you had to be standing at slip to Harmison and onions, and you're like thinking, oh my God, it's about it's about 8 degrees. Please don't nick it.
It was the worst ones that Harmy wasn't too bad because you knew it was going to carry probably over thigh height. It was the ones that used to be under knee height that just trimmed the bottom of your fingers up were the worst.
Bunnies were the ones that used to saucer a little bit.
Correct. 2 brilliant bowlers for Durham. As Potts comes in again and he cleans him up. I think a little inside edge, attempted pull shot from Goldsworthy, and Durham are wrapping this innings up in fine style at the moment. 128 now for 8 as Potts picks up his 3rd and currently has 3 for 19 with just 2 balls remaining in his spell. And Curry has launched himself out. He's definitely ready because he's already on the pitch, ready to go.
I mean, all the wickets, I think, for the majority have been probably bowled. There's been, I'd say, a high percentage of bowled. So you can tell that the Durham lads have just been basically trying to use the pitch and keep it nice and straight. And you know, that's been more than good enough tonight. They haven't had to go to any fancy plans or anything, and it's just been, is there any LBW 4 balls?
There's 4 balls and then LBW.
So that suggests that you're bowling quite straight.
He comes in again, and this is short. And beats Curry, who is on strike. First ball as he attempts to pull that one away to the leg side. But Potts again using the pitch, not looking to go full and go what you would stereotypically call death bowling.
But I mean, you can see why he's got the field set for this too, because I mean, mid-on and mid-off are in the circle, so he's obviously not wanting to pitch up, and I mean, the captain would definitely be having a go if he was pitching up here. But obviously, just still trying to use the pitch. They obviously think that the hardest thing to do is hit the balls that are hitting the top of the stump or waist height.
So last ball of Potts' spell, which is full, and it's clipped away out into the deep on the leg side. And that will end Matthew Potts' 4 overs. Excellent figures for him of 3 for 20. And with 1 over remaining in the first innings, the Leicestershire Foxes are 129 for 8. And with a lot of certainty, I think Ben Rain will finish.
Yeah, he's already got his jumper off and his cap off, so ready to talk tactics of what he's going to go here.
George Drizzle, probably the hardest job now on the ground. He's being 12th man. The helmet's on, the helmet's off. Would have killed me back in the day.
Things I mean, you know, you look at the ground now with the lights. It's just so great to see. I remember as I was playing club cricket for Etherley way back, and I came to watch a game here, and Nixon McLean was playing for Somerset at the time.
As Ben Rain comes in, and this is right on the money. A little bit of a leading edge has worked into the offside. And Scott Curry will pick up another single there. 130 now for 8.
And he invited me up onto the players' balcony to, you know, to watch for a couple of overs. And I was looking at him. Back then, they used to cut the ground into circles.
Yep.
And it was just such a... And I was like, oh my, it would be unbelievable to play cricket here. And, you know, luckily enough, I had 11 seasons and 10 years here. And now it's home. So, you know, dreams sometimes do come true.
It is a beautiful ground now. A beautiful stadium here. Well maintained by Victor Main and his crew. Ben Rain comes in now. A slow ball. All the pace taken off that one. And it goes through to Ollie Robinson. Just the 4 balls now left of the Foxes' innings. 130 on the board. 8 wickets down.
I'd be really disappointed if they got to the 145 now.
You never know.
No, I'm gonna back Ben Rain here.
Yeah. Outstanding servant. Really picked up the mantle after Chris Rushworth left us. And Chris is listening, mate. You're injured, unfortunately. So best wishes to you, pal. And another loopy slow ball, and Ollie Robinson.
Oh, he's probably just inside the lines there, not called a wide.
Manages to scramble and get that ball, but it's another dot ball and a real clever piece of bowling there from Ben Rain.
I mean, Ben was brilliant. I mean, I played a lot of second team cricket with Ben before he moved on to Leicester. And it's one of those things, I think at the time, you know, Durham had such a strong setup. He probably did the right thing to go away, you know, where he would play. And then the opportunity came and he's come back to Durham, and he's been such a loyal and consistent servant since he's been back.
Absolutely. Much loved member of the dressing room. And this one's right in the block hole from Ben Rain.
They might scramble
and
two here.
It's clothed out into the leg side. And Ben Rain picks the ball up and hurls it at the stumps, but they get back for 2. Excellent running there from Scott Curry, getting back to the danger end. And Ben Mike will collect a couple. 132 now for 8. Last ball of the innings.
I think there's 2 to go, isn't there?
Well, there is. I'm jumping the gun. Maybe the umpires can do one short. Do us a favour.
Well, at the way they're going, I don't think we need any favours. Ben Rain's taken the ownership himself, and he's doing it.
Yeah, fantastic job, Ben Rain. Currently 2 for 20. 2 balls remaining in his spell, and 2 in the innings. It comes in now, and this is fallen. It's picked up on the leg side, and it will go all the way for 6. It's a lovely pick up there from Ben Mike. And that's when you try and go full and you miss it either full or just in the slot. And that was lovely, lovely pick up by the Foxes all rounder, and a much needed boundary. Takes them on to 138 now for 8 with 1 ball remaining.
Picked his fielders there too. It was south on the boundary, so I could have done with Coggers' height.
Can't be all 6'3" like you, mate.
Well, yeah. As they said, you know, true West Indian.
Last ball. And you feel that's a big ball now coming up there. A little bit of momentum for the Foxes. Can Ben Rain wrestle that back now, which has been a really good first half so far for Durham. He comes in. And this is right in the block hole.
They're going to push for 2
here. I think they'll get 2 pretty comfortably in the end, even 2
to Coggers.
Yeah, 30 Paul Coughlin. And that ends the Foxes' innings on 140 for 8. How do you feel that's poised at the moment, Gareth?
Look, I'd say I think Durham should be happy with it, the way they've played the last couple of games. I think it's not a massive total, so they probably won't go ridiculously hard at the start. But I'd love to see Durham come away with a win here. I don't think it's a total that's beyond them. I'm really quite excited to see Graham Clark hopefully, you know, get off. I think he's had a little bit of a lean start to the T20s, but you know, I think he's a top man and somebody who's always done really well for Durham at the top of the order.
So Durham will require 141 for victory here at the Seat Unique Riverside, and we're going to pass to Andy, Danny Hazel and Steve Harmison in the Daffer News studio.
Ash, Breezy, thank you very much indeed. So Durham chasing 141. That is the target for a 3rd win on the spin in the Vitality T20 Blast, and a first win here at the Seat Unique Riverside this season in the T20. Delighted to be joined in the Daffer News studio right now by Danny Hazel and the Englishman's Englishman, Steve Harmison. Harmy, I've been waiting to use that all the way through that innings. Danny, how happy would you be if you're Durham?
Yeah, I think pretty good position, to be honest. I thought they bowled really well, especially the spinners, and Ben Rain really took the pace off. So I think Durham will be pretty happy with the position they're in.
Harmy, for you?
Yeah, I thought Durham was smart, really smart. Excellent captaincy from Alex Lees. I thought his change-ups were very good. He got Bushnell in, who hasn't played a great deal of T20 cricket. He got him in the power play to get him in the game, and I thought he bowled a nice over. I think the 4th or 5th over. Potts showed his class. I thought Durham bowlers showed their nous on this surface, which was to hit the pitch as the game went on. It's a new ball. I think if you're a batter, it's a new ball pitch. You want to face a new ball on it. So I think you might see Durham take a few more risks in the second half in that power play to try and get the scoring rate, the power play scoring rate up, because that's going to be the easiest time to bat. But I thought, all in all, I thought Lee's had a good 20 overs as captain, and I thought every single Durham bowler bowled to the plan that then when the spin came on, they squeezed very, very nicely.
Especially given the conditions, because that's what Harmy was saying pre-match, Danny. I mean, the word he was using constantly was freezing out there. Is it really that cold out there or not?
It was pretty cool walking from the car, I think, you get used to it at the northeast, don't you? That's part and parcel of what we do up here. But again, I think it's I think Durham will be pretty happy with that start, and I think, you get a batter that gets a score on the board here and you're going to chase this down.
I love watching cricket with cricketers as well, because just before Nathan Souter came on, we were watching with Scott Borthwick in the other room, and he said, Leesy, bring Nathan Souter on. 2 overs later, he got Patel for 48, and he bowled very, very well. There was some ungodly noises being made on commentary, Harmy.
Yeah, they did. He bowled nicely, did Souter. I thought Rian Ahmed's wicket, the run out, was a big wicket, because I think out there, I know Hanscom spent a bit of time there. He didn't really time it. The two that timed it the best were Rian Ahmed and Rishi Patel, and mainly because the way it hit the ball down the ground. Durham bowled the ball into the pitch, and they didn't time it as in it went for 6, bang down the ground. But what they did was, especially in the power play, they used the pace on the ball, they used the newness of the ball, and they just got over the 30-yard circle because we're trying to hit straight bad shots and we're trying to hit it straight. And them two were probably the ones that timed it most. The others, the ones that went to play the cross bat shot, Scotty mentioned a couple of times, the sweep wasn't a fruitful shot for quite a few people to time. I think the minute you went cross bat and you went across your body, I think you were not in trouble, but I think you were finding it hard at the time. And I think Patel and Rian Ahmed were the ones that timed the ball best because they tried to hit it sort of between long on and deep mid wicket with a straight bat, and I think that's why they had probably the most joy.
And you could see from that spin bowling as well, from Nathan Souter, from Parkinson as well, that Leicester just were trying to hit out a little bit, weren't they? And it set it up brilliantly for the likes of Matthew Potts and Ben Rain to finish it off pretty ruthlessly, Danny, I would have said.
Yeah, and I think it's making sure that you've got a batter in towards the end. I think if Patel had kicked on, this score's probably got another 20 on it. But I think credit goes to the bowlers, really. They reacted to the pitch, and they did a really good job. And Durham will obviously learn from that. Kind of identifying what the threat's going to be on that pitch, but if a batter can take responsibility for that moment, that should get them over the line.
So before the game then, Harmy, you're obviously thinking if someone had put to you that Leicestershire are going to be put into bat, the score 140, would you have taken that given the conditions for Durham to chase it down?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you had, I think you've seen it at the toss. The toss was won and bowled because I don't think either captain knew what to do. I don't think they could really predict what the pitch was. I think what Durham have done is they've bowled smartly on that pitch. Now Leicester can come out and do exactly the same. They could come and be smarter. I think the message in the dressing room now will be responsibility. Can we get off to a good start? Once that 6 overs gone and the ball gets a little bit older, somebody take responsibility to be there at number 20. And that, if it does go that far, I think they're about 15-20 short are Leicester, and I think that's the beauty about batting second. I think you know where the game is in front of you. You know when you have to advance it. You know when you maybe have to take a risk. And I think it's important. I'm sure both Ryan Campbell and Alex Lees and a few of the senior players will be saying to the batting unit, somebody take some responsibility and win the game by being there for the length of time. I think Leicester Foxes just lost too many wickets quickly as the sort of 20 overs went on. They never really got more than 5 or 6 overs with the same two at the crease.
And the man who's been taking responsibility of late for Durham is, of course, a man who we were discussing at length pre-match, and that is David Bedingham, of course, who's been in sparkling form. How much are you looking forward to seeing him at home, Danny?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's scored runs for fun lately, hasn't he? So yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching him live. To be honest, I think that he's a top class cricketer. And is he somebody that Durham can maybe play their game around, but allowing them still to play his natural game, which is, he goes at a fair old click as well. So I think it's going to be a good chase, and if it has to go right down to the end, then I think it'll be an exciting game to watch.
He might be the man that everyone kind of points out straight away, given his current form. But it's worth remembering, Harmy, as well, that we've got a starting 11 that, it's got a really, really strong batting lineup there. The likes of Clarkey opening, obviously Alex Lees as well.
Yeah, they've got Durham. The beauty about having the game in front of you and seeing what's happening, they've probably got the perfect man at number 3.
Yeah.
Because it's not 10 and over, so the more risks you take, the more chance you've got of getting out, and the pressure you put onto the rest of the team. You've got a player who is in ridiculous form at this moment in time at number 3, who doesn't have to bat anything other than the way he's been playing in red ball cricket, because he's been scoring hundreds for fun, off in and around that sort of 120 ball mark. So all he has to do is, if he can have that strike rate after the first 6, then it's not a run rate that really asks massive pressure, and you say, all right, you're going to have to hit the boundaries. If you hit the gap and run play smart cricket shots, I think that's the beauty about batting second on a surface like this. So Bedingham will be key, like Danny says. I think Durham will try and bat around him, but I think it's important, I think, for the first 6 that Durham do take some risks, because the easiest time to bat on this surface will be in the first 6 and not the last 6.
Well, it's certainly no secret that Durham probably are favourites now for this one. And speaking of secrets, Danny, I mean, if I need a secret kept, I'm not coming to you. It's been pretty much well known that you're going to become the head coach at Durham. I mean, it was mentioned on commentary. How do you feel now that the news is officially out? No different, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe no different. Obviously, really excited about what's to come. It obviously brings me back to my home county, born and bred in the northeast. So I'm really looking forward to it. To be honest, it's a big challenge. I think it's when men's cricket came here, and I think it was 30 years. It's hard to start at the beginning, but put a lot of effort into it, and Durham are really behind this. So I'm looking forward to how the next few years is going to pan out.
You mentioned it's a challenge. How much is it needed? I suppose the women's game up here in the northeast, which we all know how big sport is in general, let alone cricket up here, but to have a women's team is important, isn't it?
It's hugely important, and it's massively important. And I think you talk about the way women's sport has gone. I think short term, from an investment point of view, it's a short term investment for a huge long term gain for me in the women's game, because yes, there will be, if you look at the 100 especially, where if the 100 does go isolation, men's game and the women's game, there will naturally, let's be honest, there won't be as many people watch there. But what you'll find is, as it goes year upon year, it will get better. From a crowd point of view, it'll get more populated. And I think because of that, I think that's why it's so important that Durham got in first. They got when the ball started rolling from counties as opposed to franchises, I think it was important that the club got going, because what frustrates the life out of me when we talk about this country and cricket is that everybody thinks it finishes at Leeds, don't it? Everybody thinks it finishes at Leeds. I mean, loads of people in Scotland play cricket, and when you talk to them, they go, well, last year the Ashes, the most North Test match was Nottingham. You ask anybody in London, and they'll go, Nottingham. Wow, that's massively north. It's not. There's a little bit further up. So I think because of that, I think it was so important geographically that we got it. It was always going to be difficult because Yorkshire and Durham have been such close, and I think Danny, if I'm right, I think the South Coast the same. I think the Hampshire Sussex one was actually, both teams could actually stand alone themselves as well, because very, very well populated in women's cricket down there. So I think from that, it was always a challenge of who was going to get the team. But I think it's so important that we've got it, because, like I said many times before, cricket in this country doesn't finish at Leeds. It goes all the way up to the Scottish border and beyond. And it's important that we get that, because as well in the women's game, Scotland have just qualified for the World Cup. Now, you've got a women's team on your doorstep. Said many, many times, like Danny's just mentioned, in the men's game. I'm not sure Mark Wood, Paul Collingwood, Steve Armisen, Liam Plunkett, I'm not sure any of them would have played cricket for England if this place wasn't here. And I think that's what's going to happen to the women's game in hopefully 10 years' time when I'm a little bit bigger in factor and older. We could be sitting here and going, well, if it wasn't for the Durham women's team having won first up, we wouldn't have 3, 4, 5 England players coming from this region.
I tell you what as well, I wish the interval was longer than 10 minutes so we could continue the north-south divide. That would really get tongues wagging, I reckon, on Durham Live. But for now, Danny, massive congratulations. I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to be speaking about it across the course of the white ball season. The umpires are about ready to come out here at the Seat Unique Riverside. The chase is well and truly on. Durham need 1-4-1 to pick up our first home win of the T20 season and our third win on the spin. Can they do it? Let's find out, and let's pass you back to your commentary team of Gareth Breeze and, first of all, Ash Thorpe.
Excellent work, guys, in the Duffer News studio as usual. So myself and Gareth are just going to hold for a moment here while the big cheese Steve Harmison lurks in the background and makes his way into the commentary position, just while the umpires and the players are out there ready to go, and the umpires are now coming down the stairs. Durham require 141 for victory, as Paul Pollard and Pete Hartley make their way down the stairs, and the players have been ready for the best part of about 5 minutes to get going, and hopefully the Leicestershire fields are freezing. I'm going to pass you back to the legend that is Steve Harmison, and Scott Borthwick will be joining him in just a few moments.
Yeah, cheers, Thorpe. Yeah, it's an interesting total, this. I think that total is it can be a dangerous one. Still got Breezy alongside me. Breezy, it can be a dangerous one if you don't capitalise on that first 6.
I think it's good. We saw there that I think Leicester were probably 50-odd after the power play. Had a big final over in the power play, and I think that could break the back of this. What Leicester did well up to that point, they'd only lost 1 wicket coming out of the power play. So I think if you can set a foundation and obviously get some momentum going out of the power play, because obviously spin looked like it did really well outside of the power play. But it's one of those totals where you think if the wicket is a bit tricky, we did see some quality shots which ensured that the ball did come onto the bat a little bit. But if it is a bit tricky, then 140 sometimes can be a tricky total.
Yeah, Durham have gone with obviously Graham Clark and Alex Lees, the captain, opening the batting here for the start. And Scott Borthwick joins me for the first 5 overs, and Leicester have gone to Mulder to open the bowl. And you look at the Leicester seamers. They've got 2 spinners. You get Kimber bowls a bit of off spin. You've got Rian Ahmed bowls, obviously the sort of leg spin option. Very talented Rian Ahmed, 19-year-old, played for England. But here's Johan Mulder. Again, good length first ball. Challenging length that is, and I think bust Graham Clark's bat. Very, very first ball. So it did wonders for Rishi Patel when he got a new bat in that first half. So we're going to have a little break in play. So I'm going to ask the Red Ball captain, Scott Borthwick, on this surface, would you say the Leicester seamers are more suited than the Durham seamers? The little bit skiddier. You've got Josh Hull, who's got a bit of pace. Curry, another tall bowler, but not, other than Hull, not massive amounts of pace.
Yeah, good point actually. I think our guys I thought brought excellent of fun, but had a lot more pace. Well, might sort of kiss on a bit better. But I think the first 6 overs here was massive. I think it will come on the bat a little bit better. It's almost like an innings of 2 halves, isn't it? Mm-hmm. If we can have a good first 6 here, it sort of sets the game up.
Yeah, as Mulder comes in, it's a good ball, good length, good single from Lees and Clark. 2 of them, the last game we played here, we got 30 off the first 3, and then the wheels seemed to fall off on a surface where there is a little bit in it. Singles are important.
Yeah, absolutely. Good running from Leesy there. He pushed Clarkey through. I don't think Clarkey was actually going to run, and then Leesy sort of pushed him through. But yeah, I think once they get into that, sort of after the first 6 overs, I think you've just got to sort of understand that it might be a little bit too pace. It's not as easy as it might be this first 6.
Lee's his first ball, gets it on the hip.
Great timing.
Times it beautifully out to deep square leg.
Yeah, and I think almost just accept that you're not going to strike the ball at 100 after the first 6, especially when the spin comes on. It's actually just taking responsibility and take it as deep as we can if we have to. Keep wickets in hand. I thought the Leicester innings, they lost their wickets in clunks, didn't they? I think they were 90 for 2
Trying
at one
stage. Hit the ball.
Yeah, I think we were 90 for 2 at one stage. I remember saying to you on air, if we can go bang bang here and get 100 for 4, 100 for 5, which we did.
Yeah, Mulder in again. Straight this time. Very straight. Good lengths. Clark good at hitting the ball down the ground. Just mentioned to Andy Sixsmith and Danny Hazel inside the Daffabet studio about the way Rishi Patel and Rian Ahmed hit the ball down the ground.
Yeah.
Probably the only two that timed the ball properly in this game so far. And Graham Clark, that's his game, isn't it?
Yeah.
He hits the ball nicely down the ground. He's a straight batted option rather than a cross bat. Again, gets it into the gap, pushed at it hard, wasn't quite there, wasn't a half volley. Good length again from Mulder, managed to get off strike, and Durham's left and right hand combination, another plus in the power play.
Yeah, it's something I think teams do a lot now. They'll generally go left-hand, right-handed, and even sometimes alter their lineup to do it, especially if there's sort of one side is a bit shorter. Teams generally sort of chop and change it, don't they, and make sure they do have that left-handed, right-handed combination at the crease. 3
off the over. Can Mulder get out of the over with a dot ball? Single again from Alex Lees. Inside edge, another good delivery from Mulder. An excellent start from the South African. Yeah, very good start.
Bit of swing there as well, wasn't it, to Lees? Bit of swing back into him.
Good start.
His lines were very good. We spoke about that with our opening spell, didn't we? Our bowlers were very straight, didn't give that much width. And that's what he did there. He bowled nice and straight.
4 from the first over. 7.2 overs. 7.2 is the required run rate. It's not a massive total in the grand scheme of things of T20 blast cricket. And this is what I'm looking forward to.
This is what you wanted all night, isn't it?
Really looking forward to watching. Young left armour. He's got a lot of pace. He's got a lot of potential. What I'm hearing, I've not seen him in the flesh. I've seen him a lot on, different streams. Josh Hull comes in from the media centre end for his first ball. He hits the deck hard. Nice, lovely action. That really is a nice action for a big man. Very, very smooth. A good run up.
Good
balance
long
to the crease. Yeah, long run up.
I don't know much about fast bowling, but his run up is massive.
I think it's probably to get them plates of meat he's got. them big boats.
They are massive, to be
massive.
Fair. The camera's zoomed in, so we can see here, and they are.
He looks a big lad. He's a big, heavy lad, is Josh Hall. I really enjoyed watching that. I've watched him, I've not watched him live. I've really enjoyed watching him. See him coming in. Excellent front arm position. And he hits the deck nicely as Lees tries to give himself some room. Expect him, because of the size and the release position of Josh Hall, that the ball to hit the stumps has got to be really full. And that's when... Obviously, the white ball's new. There's more chance of it to swing. So, Alex Lees is hedging his bets in a way which he's giving himself some room leg side and trying to give himself some natural width, expecting the ball to bounce over the stumps. Because Lees is a little bit different to Graham Clark. He's more dominant when the sort of squarer of the wicket. Hull comes in again. Sure what? He's not one for
it's not a natural
shot for him.
He got a 70-odd, didn't he, against Leicester on Friday night, and he played a couple of those, watching highlights, and he hit them really well. To be fair, he picked the right ball to do it. It was almost a full toss. Full toss just outside leg stump. And fine leg is in the circle, so any type of bat on it is a boundary, isn't it? But
the pace and the height.
We said it a few weeks ago, Harmy, like the shot now, flicking it over fine leg, it's just such a natural shot to young players, isn't it?
It is a head scratcher for fast bowlers. This one just again using the surface very, very well as Josh Hull. Ball nip back around the sort of midriff area. Leg by. Single given. Must have hit inside edge of the bat. Paul Pollard, the former Worcester opening batter, just gives he did no signal as leg by. It looked as though it hit him in the midriff. Did Alex Lees. And he got off strike, which is very, very important when you're not sure what the surface is doing, especially when the big tall bowler. Josh Hull's he's starting his run up from well outside the 30-yard circle, giving himself some good pace and good momentum to get in. Good over so far. And a good shot from Graham Clark in total control, nice timing, but finds Ben Mike, who is at extra cover in a catching position. Two fielders outside the circle. Remember, one's at deep point, and the other one is it more of it's not backward point, gully line, but on the fence, slip in place. Extra cover is in on the one. Mid-wicket is on the circle. Mid-on and mid-off are outside the circle with a cover point and also a short, fine leg. Hull in again. Oh, no swing. Full of length. Good over from the Leicester Foxes. Great start from the Leicester Foxes. 5 from the first 2 overs. And a very, very impressive start from Josh Hull. Just a single off his over.
Yeah, good start from Leicester, isn't it? I mean, not a boundary hit yet from us lads. But, we won't panic. It's important that you don't panic. And like I said, we're only chasing a 7 over. It only takes a 2 or 3 good over period, doesn't it, where you hit 2 or 3, 4 boundaries and you sort of get the side going, you get yourself going.
Absolutely.
We shouldn't panic just yet.
Yeah, it's been good. The lengths have been good. That's the impressive thing from Leicester. As Mulder comes in again. Big shot from Lees. Just advances slightly down the ground. And he picks the ball up over mid-wicket. First boundary for Durham of the night. And a welcome one for the Durham captain.
And we're away. Just as the blue sky is popping through over there, Harmy.
Yeah, you hadn't started playing golf last night at this point, had you? Yeah, you could have done with these lights coming with you.
Yeah, exactly.
You were still looking for the England captain's golf ball at this point last night on the second hole at Wynyard. But good shot from Alex Lees. He came at the ball, all his momentum coming through. Pressure on the bowler now. And again with the pressure on the bowler, and because of that shot, big shot, the extra cover and the mid-on and mid-off have gone deeper on the boundary's edge in this early power play of the 6 overs, and Alex Lees could scamper a single down the other end.
Yeah.
Good positive batting.
Yeah, good batting. Nice to see Clark. You just get one away. Wouldn't it be nice to just
yeah, it's always nice
to
alleviate the pressure.
Give him a little half volley, cut shot, get him going.
2 off 6 balls now for Graham Clark. He's hit the ball. He's timed the ball.
Yeah, he's actually hit the fielder, hasn't he?
Yeah, twice now, or 3 times now. He's hit the fielder. He works the ball into the leg side. Another good length from Mulder, where Lees has advanced himself down the crease to give him a chance, or give him a chance to sort of access the hitting through the line of the ball. Graham Clark doesn't tend to come out of his crease.
What he does really well, he normally goes to leg side and backs himself to hit the ball hard through sort of backward point, cover point area. He's generally really good at that.
Mulder again. Clark looking for the pickup. Seemed to, straight down leg side a little bit. He's trying to pick up and flick it into the leg side. He'd be disappointed at that. Yeah, just missed out with a man inside the circle.
Like any type of bat on that, it's going past 45 for 4, isn't it? He'd be disappointed there, Clarky. He normally hits that really well, doesn't he? That sort of pick up off leg stump.
And the sort of pace that was on it, and a little bit of a bounce, and you'd expect that to have gone all the way. So Leicester, the Foxes, have just made a slight field change. Slip comes out. Third, Rian Ahmed is at third. He's just gone to around about 5th slip, gully line on the boundary. Short, fine. Man from slip goes to extra cover. Lees again down the wicket. Clark.
Good running.
Good running. Bit of footwork from Mulder, but I think he was in. I think he looked as though he was. It looked as though Graham Clark was in. He was adamant there was a single there. Ball just hits Lees in the midriff, and a leg by has been signalled. But good running, positive running from Clark.
He kicked that like one of the Sunderland strikers there.
He did, yeah. I wasn't going to say anything. I know there's a lot of Daffer Bet sponsors around, and it is a little bit like being around the Stadium of Light in Sunderland, and young Mulder there did look like one of the Sunderland centre forwards there at this moment in time.
Yeah, missed the stumps by a long way, didn't he, with that right boot?
I didn't want to say anything, but he did. It's been 2 games now, and I've not really brought your football team up yet, Scotty, but this time, don't worry. Good shot from Graham Clark.
Again,
positive
Clark,
shot.
He's hit the field. That's 3 or 4 times he's done that now, hasn't he?
Yeah, positive shot. Hits a fielder, and it's at 12 off the 3rd over of the inning so far. Mulder 0 for 9 off his 2. Hull 0 for 1 off his 1 with Clark, who's got 2 from 9, who's just struggling to not time the ball, but struggling to access the gap.
Yeah, it's the gaps, isn't it?
And Lees, the Durham captain, is 8 off 9. And Durham needs 7.3 runs and over for the next 17 overs, 129 to win. And Duckworth Lewis, I see there, is 17, but the sun has come out, as Scott Borthwick says, as Josh Hull comes in. For the first ball of his second over, it's been mighty impressive, and he's nicked it, and that's gone. Alex Lees is gone. He's gone for the big shot into the leg side. He's getting an outside edge. And this, for me, is an unbelievable catch from Ben Cox.
Amazing catch.
I mean, he has got, as a wicketkeeper, you've got to be looking leg side for the ball for that. And it's flown probably where first slip would have been. And he's took it 2 hands above his head. An excellent catch there from Ben Cox. A big wicket for the Foxes as Durham captain Alex Lees goes for 8 inside the power play.
Yeah, huge wicket. Hell of a catch, though. I think when he nicked it, we all thought it was flying over first slip for 4. I don't think first slip was going to catch that.
First slip didn't see it.
Nah,
but I think he's 1.5 second anyway. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure the slip fielder seen it.
Amazing catch. But big wicket, but here comes the man in form. Like we've spoke a lot about him today with Bedders.
Yeah, hopefully we haven't put the jinx on him.
Yeah, hopefully not.
He's in a bit of form. And like I said at half time in the studio, he's got time to give himself a chance.
Exactly.
You know, he's a quality player across all formats.
Yeah.
And quality players across all formats with a bit of time, once they get in, they can manipulate the field very, very well. And I think this is the man that Durham need to really bat around. But from the Foxes' point of view, I'm sure Peter Hanscom will be thinking you will take a bit more of a risk with betting him in the first 4 or 5 balls to try and get him out, because he is the player for Durham. And Josh Hall, it was an excellent delivery, full of delivery to Alex Lees, which got the Durham captain. Oh, it was a slip. There's a massive slip. I think it's Rishi Patel at 45 as Bedingham. Did it hit his bat, or is it going to be given his leg bat?
Yeah, it's hit his bat. I'd like a little bit of extra bounce.
I think it's his glove.
Hull. Yeah, just sort of. Yeah, didn't Rishi Patel slip a few times when he's batting as well?
Yeah, he did. He slipped a couple of times when he's batting.
Change his spikes.
There's a few slumps of shoulders, a few shake of heads in the Leicester Foxes team, because they know that's a big chance. That's Bedingham possibly first ball, and Rishi Patel could have kept his feet. That would have been an easy catch, straight down his throat into his. Didn't really have to move. And that one, a good delivery from Hull. Bowl full, just outside off stump. I don't think it's swinging. I don't think there's a great deal of swing on offer here.
Yeah, I think the ball that got Leesy might have just swung, sort of full length, wasn't it? Might have just swung away from the bat to Leesy.
Leesy's looking to play across it.
Yeah.
Said the cross bat or the across the line shots is a lot more difficult on this surface.
I think that's what makes that catch even better. The fact that when you're standing behind the wicket, and I've done it a lot at slip, when the batter goes to hit the ball through leg side and it comes to you behind the wicket, you actually don't really pick it up that well.
It feels as though it hits you harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hull again, inside edge from Bedingham to the leg side. Again, not timed as well as he'd like, and I think from a batter's point of view, the size of Josh Hall would be not off-putting more than anything else, but it's he's hitting the deck at over 2 meters when he's from his release point, and on a surface which is not that consistent, must be even more difficult to face.
Definitely.
So it's the angle, pace, and
big frame.
I think the pace and the pace off the pitch, inconsistency of the pitch, is making it a lot harder for the Durham batters inside this power play. Again, he's looked to hit the deck hard. That's better from Patel. Clark unlucky, just hit the fielder again. I think it's a glove gone down leg side, and again another dot ball, another single with another ball without a boundary inside the power play. And it's been a very, very good over. Four from the over so far with the wicket. And just a little bit more pressure now onto Durham.
Yeah, it's been an amazing start, hasn't it, from a Leicester's point of view. But I think, honestly, from a Durham's point of view, we've just got to stay calm and knowing that we were still only chasing 7.5 and over. It's only one big partnership, isn't it? Or 2 or 3 little partnerships.
Yeah, and it's a good over. That's all it is to get back on track. A bit fuller, a bit wider, and a good end to the over from Josh Hall. 4 runs from the over. Durham are 16 for 1 after 4 overs. Hull's got 1 for 5, and Mulder's got 0 for 9 off there, 2. And Durham with 16 overs to go. Need 125 to win at a run rate of 7.8. And as Scott Borthwick, the Durham Red Ball captain, said, it's not a run rate that I don't think will worry Durham just yet. But I think because of the access of the boundaries and the sort of how frequent they have not come, I think that would concern them a little bit because, as you've said many times, Scott, I think this is a wicket where you fill your boots when the ball's new.
Yeah, we've not done that. Like I say, I think they have bowled really well though. They've hit the wicket hard, haven't they? They've changed the pace, they've swung it a little bit.
Moulder in for his third over.
Oh, it's amazing.
What a take down leg side that is. I think that's just clipped a pad, hasn't it?
Had to have done, otherwise it would have been a wide. But what a mate. We talked about Cox's keeping, didn't we, early on off air? And I said he's almost one of the best keepers in the country. It's just a keeper. He's got amazing hands, and that was outstanding stop down leg side.
Yeah, brilliant stop down leg side. Just a good length again for Moulder. The lengths have been excellent from the Leicester Foxes. Have either been really full and Durham batters can't get underneath them, or they've hit the deck hard and used a little bit of inconsistent off the surface. That's better from Graham Clark. Fielder's gone back onto the edge of the circle so he can get down to the other end. And I think from the Foxes' point of view now, at this point in the proceedings with 10 balls to go in the power play, I think you're quite happy if Durham are getting singles. I think you're protecting the boundary, whereas 2 overs ago, the fielders were in, trying to put pressure on the new batter. I think now you're quite happy where this power play has gone for you as a fielding side, and just make sure you get out of the power play with not as many boundaries as what you potentially could have. Moulder in again. Edge from Beddingham down towards third. Third was a little bit wider. Beddingham comes back for the second. And again, not quite timed outside edge.
Still kept the slip in play as well.
Yeah, I think
from
Leicester's point of view, it's wickets.
Yeah.
They still want to be taking wickets, even as good a form as Beddingham's in. The batter comes in on naught. He starts again, and if you can put the ball in the right area and create some pressure, you've got a chance of getting anybody out early. Oh, that is just sat into the pitch. Wow, David Beddingham looks. There was a puff of dust in the middle of the surface, and no matter how good you are playing and what form you are in, unfortunately, that I don't think you can do too much if you're a batter there. It just bounced off the back of a length. Good pressure from the Leicester Foxes in Moulder, and the ball just loops up, straight up in the air, and that is as easy catch as anybody will take. In Durham now, well, one of the best players in the country is walking back. Durham are in a little bit of trouble here now at 19 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Clarkey there walking down the wicket, almost patting where that ball had landed. And for Bedders to make a mistake like that, it had to have done something off the surface. I think he's looking to hit over mid-wicket, and it just sort of stopped in the pitch, didn't he? He chipped up to mid-on.
There was a massive puff of dust.
Yeah.
It was like the part of the surface had just been broken off.
It's almost like we said it wasn't easy, the back end of Leicester innings, but it's almost got worse, hasn't it? It's almost has become a lot more two-paced, a lot more stoppy. Ball's not coming onto the bat.
It's one of them dry areas, the broken dry areas, the bare areas. And Ollie Robinson comes in now. And again, that's out. LBW, close. That's straight, that's out. And it's a good ball. It's nipped back just outside off stump. Nipped back in Ollie Robinson. Another player in ridiculously good form in red ball cricket. Has been trapped in front of all three. Pete Hartley with the finger. And 2 from 2 now are the Leicester Foxes. And Durham are in a world of pain in this power play. The run rate might not be massive, but at 19 for 3, they look a long, long way from 141, Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, get me off comms now, Army. I mean, there's a good bit of ball on it. It looked stone dead, didn't it?
Yeah.
Good bit of ball, and just nipped the ball back. Yeah, I mean, this is a dream start from Leicester now. I think halfway they would have been sort of coming onto this field here thinking, look, we've got a chance at 140, but we're not favourites. And then look, to get 3 wickets in the power play, but look, and to be under 20, it's a dream start from their point of view, isn't it?
It is a dream start, and it's fair play to the Leicester captain who's kept the field in to put pressure on, and a huge pat on the back to Johan Moulder and Josh Hull, because they've kept to their length, they've hit the length hard, they've bowled it into the surface, they've given the surface a chance to do its work. Moulder in, hat-trick ball, Turner down the wicket, and he's got a thick outside edge, and he turns and comes back for 2 and ends the over. 5 runs from it, 2 wickets from the Foxes' point of view, and that is a huge first 5 in this contest. Durham need 120 to win, and a 21 for 3 with a change of commentary of Gareth Breeze, Ashley Thorpe and Danny Hazel. It's get out of here from me and Scott Borthwick.
Well, let's hope we bring a bit better fortunes for Durham, at back end of the power play and moving forward. Probably not the start we were hoping for, Ash.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble there in the power play, and you've got to go back to what the two lads said at the pitch report. They kind of foresee this happening. And they said they would have won the toss and batted first. They didn't see this pitch getting any better as Ben Mike now into the attack from the Finkel end. And this one's driven nicely by Clark, but it'll be no run. As the ground, probably for the first period, is bathed in a bit of sunshine.
I was going to say, yeah, there's been positive about this. It's looking lovely out there now, if I'm honest. Maybe not quite the score, but sun's come out now. It looks warm, but I don't think it will be warm.
Yeah, one of the positives is we can't see it properly. Now Durham in trouble, 21 for 3. Last over of the power play, and the Foxes, you would have to say, have won the battle of the power play so far. Ben Mike in now, and Clark backs away, and Ben Mike follows him. And you'd have to say, we were a little bit further along and a little bit more aligned to the pitch. The lengths and lines from the Leicestershire bowlers has been absolutely exceptional in this power play.
Yeah, you have to say that. I mean, they've managed to not only pick up wickets, but they've managed to put the squeeze on. We talked about probably how Durham want to go about this power play to break the back of this chase. Leicester have been able to get wickets to put them under the pump, but also to push the run rate even further ahead.
It's Ben Miken again. And this Clark again gives himself room, and this one cuts him in half. Must have been very close to the stumps. What did Durham need to do from here, Danny Hazel, to get back on track?
Well, I think you have to build a partnership, but equally you can't let the game stand still. I think it's just having intent to still look to hit hard down the ground, get the ball out in the outfield. It's big playing area. Can you, as we get out of the power play, running twos hard? But yeah, I think a partnership is real key here.
Ben Miken again. And speaking of building a partnership, Graham Clark picks that one up off his hip and launches it over deep square leg for 6. A much needed maximum for Durham. And Graham Clark, we haven't seen the best of Graham Clark so far in the T20 blast. Maybe it's his time to shine.
I think when, obviously in the situations like this, what you need players to do is to stand up. Danny talked about, trying to get, a bit of momentum going, build a little bit of a partnership. But also you think there's Ashton Turner, who's a, really good performer. And you've got Graham Clark, who's done it before. So, I mean, everything that's happened has happened now. So from here on, you'd hope that, one of these players getting in can actually make the difference.
Lovely strike that from Clark. Picking the ball up off his hip. Real strength of his have we seen over a very, very good career here at Durham. Especially, you would say, in the white ball, and a bit of rejuvenated career in the red ball the last couple of years under Ryan Campbell. 33 for 3 now. Mike comes in. This one's driven beautifully by Clark, but he can't beat mid off, but they'll scramble through for a single. And Clark, all of a sudden, looks to be timing the ball as well as anybody so far today.
Yeah, and I think it's these scenarios where one person can maybe take responsibility for taking the game really deep. But it's still not to lose your natural game and your natural intent, and you don't want people to go into their shell. You want to keep pushing the game forward.
Apologies for that. A bit of a glitch on the scoreboard there. I thought they jumped ahead.
Whoa, great
and
stop.
An excellent stop there at mid-off. A lovely drive by Ashton Turner. A lovely bit of fielding there. And that is going to end the power play. And Durham are on 29 for 3. And a little bit behind the 8 ball here as Leicestershire, we thought was a little bit under par 140. But maybe having those runs of the board is going to be crucial to how the rest of this game plans out.
Well, I came here really optimistic about, the Durham win. I said I'm not going to back down now. I mean, you still think you have quality performers to come in the dugout down there with these two in. And, as you say, Clark, he hasn't had the best start to the competition, and he'll be really hungry if he gets into to try and make an impact on this. You know, when your good players fall down, like we've seen the fall of Bedingham, what you want other players to do is stand up, and that's another mark of a good team.
They do need their batters to stand up now. As Turner pushes this one into the offside and will pick up a single. Move the score on to 30 now for 3. Vian Mulder, 2 for 15 now into his last over. So he's looking to exploit this new ball in these conditions. As we say, the sun's out, half the ground in shade, half the ground in bright sunshine as the fielders towards the Lumley Castle side of the ground are looking right into the sun.
But all in jackets.
Yeah, it's lovely and warm in here. As Mulder comes in again, and this time down into the ground there. Clark jumped on the front foot to a ball that was back of a length. A bit of a change in the field here.
I think spin's going to be really interesting in this second, this middle phase. Let's see how well Durham spinners bowled. Be interesting to see how Leicester's spinners, if they can get hold of the game, or whether Durham can, put some impetus back on them, really.
And I think the way Ahmed bowls too, his preferred way to go about things is to actually bowl into the pitch. He's got quite a bit of pace on the ball, so we saw how successful Souter was with that too.
Clark this time whips it away, and a misfield there at mid-wicket will allow the Durham batsman through for a single. So Clark moves on to 12 now. Just struggling to get going, but looks like he's starting to time the ball a little bit better in the last couple of overs. 31 for 3. Ashton Turner, sorry, I think new to the
wicket. It was only a matter of time before we had a bit of spin chat, wasn't it? Let's get the spinners
3
on.
excellent off spinners in the room. Only one of us took wickets on the weekend, but we'll just leave that there. As Vian Mulder comes in, only one of us was also forced to play on the weekend, and Ashton Turner gets another single there, moving the scoreboard along.
Well, I mean, talking about off spinning, but also women's cricket. I think Danny was my first introduction to women's cricket.
You're welcome.
Back in the day when you used to try and get a coach at home, and you knocked on my shoulder, said, "Breezy, would you like to do a couple of sessions with me?" And then
look where we are now, Breezy. Look where we are now.
Mulder, and again the leading edge from Clark as he just takes off. And he's definitely not going to run Ashton Turner out there as he backs up and gets a single. 33 for 3. Last ball now of the 7th over. Fox is looking to turn the screw here. And might be right. Be interesting to see how quick, as we've got 2 expert spinners in the room. Do you think they'll go to spin straight away from this end next?
Well, you saw Ahmed warming up, so I think they might go straight to him after the power play.
Turner pushes this one out into the offside and puts a bit of pressure on the field, but it was only ever going to be a single.
One thing you have to say about Leicester, though, that's the power play, 34 for 3. But in terms of Mulder, they've definitely gone for the game here. He's been probably their best bowler, the pick of the Leicester bowlers, and they've bowled him 4 straight up. So they're not waiting to play the game at the back end. They're trying to win it now. I think credit to them to how they've gone about that.
You're absolutely right. Vian Mulder's finished his 4 overs and has picked up 2 important wickets. Has 2 for 19 from his allocation. Picked up David Bedingham, one that just seemed to stop a little bit in the pitch. Was caught by Scott Curry at mid-on, and then trapped the outstanding Ollie Robinson right in front first ball. And he went, and Durham were in all sorts of trouble at that stage at 3 for 19, and a little partnership of 14 has been built, and as if by magic we do have spin. Might even seem we know what we're talking about a little bit up here, as Rian Ahmed is into the attack from the Finkel end. A little leg spinner. He's going to come in now. And you're absolutely right, he does drive that into the pitch. And he's driven it into the pitch, and that has been pulled away by Ashton Turner out to the deep square leg boundary. Picked the gap beautifully between the 2 fielders. And a much needed boundary. So Turner moves into double figures, and Durham move on to 38 for 3.
These two batters are actually really good players of spin too. So it'll be interesting to see if they have the same impact as the Durham spinners did.
It's Ahmed again and really drags this, and he's baseballed that one almost down to long on. And initially I thought he'd hit it straight down his throat, but it's like a skimming stone down to long on. A couple of bounces just for the single, and Turner might be disappointed he hasn't launched that about 20 yards over the boundary. There's a couple of drag downs to start with from Ahmed in the lovely warm northeast evening. This one's on the money and cut away, but Clark can't find the gap. 39 now for 3. We've seen from Sauter and from Ahmed straight away, quite quick leg spinners looking to bowl stump to stump. He comes in again now. And this one, Clark looks to turn that to the onside and gets a leading edge somehow down to short third man, but we'll pick up a single. 40 now on the board for Durham. So we move towards the back end now of the 8th over. And another drag down, and Turner murders that one through what you would say cow corner, and giving the fielders no chance all the way along the carpet for 4. And this is a really interesting phase of the game because Durham can capitalise if the spinners aren't quite on their game, as Danny Hazel said earlier.
Yeah, I think you get an opportunity to put your stamp on the game, haven't you? And if you, rather than taking a backward step, why don't you try and take on their spinners? You probably know that it's a big threat in this game. But if you can get ahead of them and put them under pressure.
That pressure is almost transferred a little bit as that dot ball finishes the over. So Durham, and that over nicely. So they ended on 44 for 3.
Good over there for Durham. It's one of those, as you can see, it looks like they're going to bring the left arm spinner. Is that a left arm spinner taking a jumper off from the far end? So they're going
Holland, I think, from that end.
So they're going to be obviously double change with 2 spinners coming into the attack. Hopefully Durham can capitalise on his first over too. And speaking of numbers, I think he's got 44 on his back. Durham legend number, that one, with Dale Benkenstein.
It's Goldsworthy who's going to come into the attack now. Is that Ben Rain's number also at the moment, I think? Let's have a look on the team sheet. It is indeed. So 2 legends, absolutely. Your former captain, Benkenstein. Goldsworthy left arm round the wicket, and this one's full. And driven straight back to him by Clark for no run. Interesting phase of the game here. Spin is in the house, and this one slides on and hits Clark on the pad. Ashton Turner absolutely says, yes, we'll have one. And in fact, it's a horrible throw from Ben Cox. And mid-on hasn't backed up from the boundary. And just a little bit of a momentum shift here as Durham pick up an extra run there. So they'll pick up 2 leg byes. And a little bit sloppy there from the Foxes. This is full and driven nicely by Clark down to long off, and he'll pick up another single.
Just chipping away, aren't they? I think just staying in, as Danny alluded to earlier, just trying to put a little bit of a partnership together after probably not the best of power players. But at some point you're going to think that we're going to have to, just start to accelerate a little bit more.
That one just holding in the pitch a little bit as Turner punches off the back foot out into the deep, and he'll collect another single.
I think you think sometimes T20 cricket, it's just smash bang wallop, but you do still have an opportunity just to take a moment.
Can set the game up here as Clark punches that one away out into the deep. And Turner puts some pressure on the fielder, and there's a misfield. And in fact, I think Clark will come back for a 3rd there, so that's excellent work from the Durham batsmen. Just, as I said, just all of a sudden seem to, with the introduction of spin, have transferred a little bit of pressure back onto the Foxes, and that brings up the 50. So that's 2 errors in the over, which has bought Durham 3 runs.
Total opposite, really, from the impact of the spinners in the first innings.
And Turner hits that one to the moon.
Yeah, so definitely very different impact of the 2 spinners. I think that these spinners here, not that they can't turn it around, but in 2 overs, Durham have got 20 runs, which is probably the most successful part of the chase so far, whereas our spinners were able to turn it around and basically control that middle straight after the power play.
And I think what you'll see now from the Foxes is they'll revert back to seam, because that experiment hasn't worked, and for the first time Durham just in the game here with the bat. They've moved on to 57 for 3 after 9 overs.
I think Turner is striking at 200. I think the best strike rate other than that for the whole game has been Rishi Patel, which was just over 100, 109, and that was heavily boundary oriented. And I mean, Turner's just basically looked like he's playing a different game at the moment.
That was a lovely slog sweep, wasn't it? Using his reach. The big, tall, right-handed Western Australian from the Fremantle Cricket Club.
Don't worry, Goldsworthy. I know what that feels like going over Ballantyne's. It's happened quite a few times.
Yeah, it can happen. Risk and reward, and Turner taking the risk and definitely getting the reward with a huge 6. This partnership now, where are we at? It's moved up to 38. It's just as we
wait till it looks like
new balls, please.
Ball change. Yeah, Dan, all those days when we were travelling from the northeast back in when we used to have hire cars, you know, you'd come up to mine, we'd pack up all the kit bags, driving down to go on tour.
Now they get their own cars now, don't they?
Well,
yeah, I know.
You know, that was during COVID. But the tables have turned, and now you're a successful coach and going really well.
Scott Curry now into the attack. Big tall right-hander, and this one is chopped away behind square on the offside.
Easy now, Breezy. We all have somebody we look up to. You'll never change.
Oh,
do you actually look up to him? You're about the same height, aren't you?
There's nothing physical here, Ash.
No, everything I know, Mr. Breeze. So.
Jeez, that head's going to get big real quick.
Flattery's not going to get you anywhere, though, Dan.
I'm already here. What more do you want?
It's got you back home.
It's got me here.
Absolutely. There's Scott Curry now. 83 required from 65 balls, so the run rate hasn't got out of hand by any stretch of the imagination for Durham. This one is just pushed into the leg side, and again some excellent running between this pair. Moves the score on to 59 now for 3. Partnership up to 40. And this is where you look for these two to just build that platform that hopefully Durham can launch at the back end of the innings with plenty of wickets in hand.
Yeah, you know, have the finisher Ben Rain and Coggers and stuff to come in down the back. Even though Leicester only got up to 140, you saw that at the back end they're still able to just get a few away.
And a little extra there as a wide down the leg side will help. 60 on the board now for 3.
Well, I think that's the last of the sunshine for the day. So
yeah, there's a big bank of clouds there, so we can actually see much better now rather than squinting. Away into the sun, setting out to the west. And this one is lovely, soft hands as Clark dabs that one down to third man for a single, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Knowing that the dominant partner in this partnership is Ashton Turner. He's on 23 from 12 with 2 4s and a huge 6. That might have damaged somebody's car over the Ballantyne's gym. And Turner drives this one hard to mid-on and sets off immediately and picks up a single with a fumble there from mid-on. So again, a little bit of pressure and just a couple of little mistakes starting to creep into the Foxes' fielding effort.
Very different intensity with the running, isn't there? I mean, when you think about the start of the Leicester innings, although they had a decent power play, I think it could have been a lot better if the running had been better.
Great. Let's see if that makes a difference come the end of tonight's game. As Clark pushes this one but can't get a run as he can't beat the man. Goldsworthy at backward point. Just a ball away from the halfway stage. Durham at the moment 62 for 3. And again, as we said, just building a partnership and trying to get back into this game after losing 3 wickets in the power play to Josh Hull and Van Mulder. Clark backs away but is unable to time that one. That will end the over. Durham will finish the 10th over here at the Seat Unique Riverside on 62 for 3, and they need 79 to win from 60 balls.
Yeah, I think they've recovered really nicely since the power play. In a decent position here. You got 2 batters who've managed to get themselves in. One who's striking really well, and the other one's probably playing more of a supporting role. But in the rebuild, that's probably what you need. And overall, Durham are probably still really very in this game.
Right, to set this game up for a Durham win, we're going to hand this back to Stephen Harmison and to Scotty Borthwick. Huge thanks to Danny Hazel, who's with us for the last time. As this one's cut away, out by Turner, and a glorious piece of timing as I hand the commentary back to Steve Harmison and the West Australians on the move.
Yeah, cheers, Thorpe. That was a fantastic shot. A bit of wit from Ben Mike. Didn't really want to come back on, Scott, because when we were on, we lost 3 wickets and everything was end of the world. Looked like the clouds over there, but now, just as the sandwiches come,
yeah,
just as the sandwiches
come.
come.
The real reason we didn't want to come back on is because we're halfway through a big dip.
Absolutely, absolutely. Quick single, good throw from, I think it was Goldsworthy. I think it was, yeah, good throw, sort of backward point region, left-handed.
Great partnership this time.
It is. It has been.
I think they've sort of dovetailed really well, these two, with Clarkey and Ash. Ash has come out hard, and Clarkey sort of just started to find the gaps a little bit, hasn't he? Just got the 1s and 2s and let Ash do his work. It's amazing how hard he hits the ball.
It is.
Turner.
Yeah, how quick hands and how hard he is as Mike comes in for his 3rd ball. Graham Clark's looking to just pick it up on the leg side, trying to get across the stumps, and Ben Mike followed him down towards the leg side, and Graham Clark will be disappointed he hasn't getting that away. He's caught up a little bit, 20 off 31 balls. You know, but in the first innings, the spin really changed the game for Durham. The introduction of the spin and the way spin bowl for Durham was huge in that first innings. The complete opposite for the Leicester Foxes, as Mike comes in again, and again Clark looking to hit the ball straight down the ground, playing with a straight bat rather than an angle bat or a cross bat, and I think that's the best shot on this wicket. But the spin, I think in Durham's go, I think Durham were 2 for 45 off their 8 in Souter and Parkinson, and I think so far, I think the 2 overs from the Leicester Foxes has gone for over 20, and that's a big thing. Good Yorker there from Ben Mike, well played from Graham Clark, and the spin has worked differently.
Yeah, it has. Like you said, that our spin has sort of clawed the game back for us a bit, didn't it? Whereas their spin has actually got us going. Couple of drag downs from Ahmed in a massive 6 off Goldsworth.
That was a good shot.
Mash, yeah, so sort of got us going. It was 22, I think, off the 2 overs, and sort of got this partnership going, didn't it?
Yeah, as Mike's bowled a decent over here. He's recovered from the boundary off the first ball. Ashton Turner drops it in. Got to go quickly. Oh, that's it to stumps, and I think that Graham Clark is struggling, but nobody backing up. 3 men on the leg side boundary, and Ben Cox couldn't quite gather it. It was an excellent shot at the stumps, just missed, and I think if he hits the stumps, I think that's gone. I think it's Mulder who hit was the fielder, and if he hits the stumps, I think Graham Clark's out there. But a 50-run partnership for Durham. 37 balls, 23 minutes, 30 from Ashton Turner in that partnership, 12 from Graham Clark, and it's been an excellent rebuild from Durham. And I think Scott Borthwick, because Leicester Foxes didn't get that massive score first innings, Durham did have a chance of a little slow patch to rebuild and go again.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, when you're only chasing 140, you've got time not to panic.
That's a great shot.
Yes,
that's a fantastic shot from
shot.
Graham Clark. I'm not saying he's. Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm not sure he's needed it as the water's caving in and there's a load of pressure on him. I think he's played some excellent shots, and I hope Ashton Turner's been doing the experienced cricketer's job at the other end, saying just keep hitting your shots. You will get the ball through the field, rather than panicking and try and lose your shape. And that there was an excellent shot through the leg side.
From his own mind, I think he needed.
Yeah,
that.
Good point.
Good shot through mid-wicket boundary.
And the pressure on the bowler, and we'll see what he comes back with. And he come back with an absolute beauty.
That must have nipped a mile. I watched that on the screen. That looked like a full straight ball. Yeah, that must have just nipped an absolute mile.
And it's bounced as well.
Yeah, it just took off, hasn't it?
Ben Cox is not the tallest of wicketkeepers, and he's took that above his head, and he's probably about 15 metres back. Kissed the surface beautifully there from Curry. A little bit fuller this time. He got to go. If he hits, he's gone. He give up. Did Graham Clark? He's given up. Oh,
he's in.
He's in. That's it. And he's missed from Durham's point of view. And the last time we were on commentary, everything was going against Durham. And this time so far, 2 shies at the stumps, both from the same fielder. I think both from Mulder. And I think if he had hit either time, Graham Clark would have gone. But that's what happens when you build a partnership. Things start going your way.
Yeah, you earn the luck, don't you?
Good,
He's
area.
getting 2 here. Ash is getting 2.
Turner's gone, turns quickly, and he
Amazing.
goes. He's fast between the wickets, and that's close.
Oh my!
Oh, the fielders are coming in. They think it's out. Pete Hartley's not convinced, and he's given Ash Turner the benefit of the doubt.
You could see as soon as he set off for the 1 there, he was coming back to 2, and you knew he was going to come back. He's an amazing runner. Look, I don't know that could be tight, but he's an outstanding runner between the wickets.
Yeah, he's quick.
He is quick. He turns well. He puts pressure on fielders, and I always think when you do get the international overseas players, it's amazing how well they run.
Yeah.
You would have seen it play at the top level, like good players. Like it's not all
instinctively
about,
a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
They're
like
little finer things.
They
think quicker.
Yeah,
they do
they
things
just
quicker.
run so well, and even when you're playing against the international players, they just run so well.
Yeah. And they've got more time.
I remember playing with Aaron Finch down at Surrey, and he's known for the big hits. But what a runner he was. He used to go nick a defined leg, 3rd man, and he was always looking for 2.
Great lad,
Yeah.
Aaron Finch. A fine player. And how was that missed? Wow, how was that missed? Ashton Turner gives himself some room, tries to cut it through the offside, and Curry's looking hands on head. Why is that? How was that missed? It's a good length ball, top of the stumps, and it's like you mentioned before, Scott Borthwick, did it nip away, or has that just bounced a touch?
Yeah, just sort of held in the pitch a bit, didn't it?
He's thinking that's gonna very, very close to the off stump. Good shot
Great
through
shot.
the leg side. Both fielders in the leg side are out on the boundary. Ben Mike just comes in, and it's a good over, another rebuild over Durham. 8 from it. It's ahead of the run rate. The run rate is 7.9. Durham at this moment in time are 78 for 3, and we've had 12 overs so far, and that 3 down. When you look at it in the grand scheme of things of where Durham were, this is an excellent partnership.
Yeah, last 5 overs, 6 overs, been amazing, hasn't it? Like we said on the last time one comes, it's an absolute dream start from Leicester. 3 for 20 we were.
Yeah.
So to be now in a position where I think we're favourites now.
Yeah,
going into this last 8 over period.
And Leicester now have to gamble a little bit with their spin bowlers because they've got to bowl them, but it was try to hold them back to try and do the squeezing option. It seems to be the seamers that have been the ones that are doing the squeezing, and Mulder, Turner and Clark have fancied facing against a spin. So Rian Ahmed comes in, short ball again. Turner just accepts the single and trots down the other end. Again, it's a run rate which is climbing from what Durham have scored, and the one that they require is not too far away. 6.5 they're scoring at the moment. 7.9 is what's required. 62 runs to win from 7.5. A big shot from Graham Clark. Rian Ahmed just got it underneath the bat, but you can see that's the area that Clark and Turner are going to try and wait for that short ball for Rian Ahmed and
chucked out a little bit, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Try to give it somewhere, try to get it to spin. I always think when you're playing against Ahmed, you're better off playing him like he's going to bowl googlies.
Yeah.
You just protect your stumps. He's not a massive spinner when it comes to leg spin, but spins his googly a long way. Tries to keep the stumps in place. So as a right-hander, you almost want to play him like an off-spinner.
Yeah, but I know the sweep has not been the most lucrative shot on this surface so far in this game between both sides on the bat and front. They're hitting the ball straight down the ground like that from Graham Clark. But if you are going to sweep a spin bowler, from a leg spinner's point of view, it's not the greatest idea. But Rian Ahmed is probably one of the spinners that you would sweep if you were thinking of going that way, because he does bowl the googly like you did, and he bowls a little bit shorter, so you can adjust if you need to. Like Ashton
that's
Turner's
massive.
done there. That's massive. The one before, the 6 before, went onto the roof, and this one has gone into the middle of the Don Robson stand. That's a big hit to the leg side on this Seat Unique Riverside ground. And that's twice now. The ball's been in the slot just outside the off stump on a good length for Ashton Turner. And he slip on over deep mid-wicket. And this time he's gone just in front of square on the square leg boundary. 2 massive sixes has the big Australian. Gone for the big shot this time. And he's missed it. Good work from Ben Cox. But Paul Pollard keeps his finger in his pocket.
Spun that one, didn't it?
And it did. It just spun that little bit more. 10 off the over. Good over for Durham. 88 for 3 with 7 to go.
Yeah, I think the difference between those 2 sweep shots, the first one he wanted to try and hit straight, almost over mid-wicket, wide long on, where there he's almost tried to hit it to square leg. And like we said earlier on, the first innings, sweeping square is probably harder on this surface. If you're going to sweep, actually try and hit it wide long on, wide mid wicket, like where he has done it, almost a hard slog sweep rather than a paddle sweep or a
But when
sweep
Rian Ahmed bowling, that sort of in and around the sort of back of a length, if you do look to sweep square, because he is going to be turned it in, if you get in a position early, which Ashton Turner has done, if the one's not on to go that straighter, you can adjust just a split second and then keep going with it. And I think that's what he's done there. So I think that's why the sweep's not a bad option against Rian Ahmed if you're comfortable playing that shot.
Yeah.
Back comes Josh Hull. 2 very good overs at the start of the game. 1 for 5 off his 2 overs. But he starts with a short ball. Not quite get to the boundary, but Durham, 2 batters are very, very quick between the wickets, and Graham Clark has put it in the gap, got himself 3, and that there, Scott Borthwick, is another example, along with the one before, of what I don't think Leicester did really well at the start of their innings.
Definitely.
I don't think they're running very well, and that is 2 runs, 3 runs that Durham have picked up.
100%. Definitely. We mentioned it when they were batting, didn't we? That they didn't run hard enough. We didn't run with any intensity. And I also think they haven't fielded amazing as well. There have been a couple of they missed the direct hits. They've been a bit sloppy. A couple of little missed fields.
Yeah, Hull in again, hits the deck hard, takes pace off it. Good bowling from Josh Hull.
Very slow, wasn't it?
It was. He took everything off it. I don't think Leicester were bowled badly. I think Leicester were bowled okay. I think the 2 spin bowlers could have bowled better, but I think the seamers so far in this game from the Leicester Foxes' point of view have been very impressive. I think Hull bowled nicely at the start. I thought Mulder was very, very good as well. So from that point of view, we've been talking about the spin being difficult, and that's possibly what's cost the Foxes so far in this innings. Still a long way to go, though. This time, Fuller from Hull. Excellent shot. Really well timed.
Yeah.
Again, it's a straight bat shot.
Yeah. A couple of yards either side of cover, that's 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great shot.
It is, but it's because you're sort of with a full face of the bat rather than trying to that lose your shape, cross bat. It's timed perfectly. Really has been an impressive innings from Ashton Turner. 41 off 25 balls. Partnership, remember, it was 19 for 3 when he walked to the crease. Hull again, slower, short ball. Turner waited for it this time. Managed to drag it round the corner. Got himself off strike. A lot of promise from Josh Hull, and I've bigged him up because I've been really looking forward to watching him bowl in the flesh, and I've not been disappointed. I think his accuracy's been good. I think his change-ups have been excellent when he's hit the deck hard, trying to bring it back in with a new ball. I think he really has impressed me. His direction has been very, very good. His action looks strong. So I think there's one for a future here. And he comes again. This time goes Fuller. It's a good shot from Graham Clark. Positive shot again with the straight face of the bat. But the angles were right from the Foxes. They've got 4 men inside the circle. They've got 3 in at this moment in time because mid on and mid off are deep, extra cover and backward point. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Fine legs out there as well with a deep third and a deep point. Hull looking to try and take pace off it, bowling shorter, or going when he's got pace on, he's trying to go really full. Last ball of the over. Another good shot from Clark. Good running, but this time with nobody backing up. There's not a shy at the stumps. A better over for the Foxes. 5 off the over. Durham 93 for 3 after 14, needing 48 from 6 overs.
Yeah, good over that from Hull, wasn't it? Set his field right, 3 men, deep square leg, mid wicket, and fine leg, and sort of bowled into the wicket, making him try and hit into that big side. But yeah, good over.
Impressive. He's
been good,
known what he's wanting to do. His angles have been good when it's been pitched up to fielders wise, and when he's bowled it into the pitch, he's got his men in the right place out in the deep. I've been really impressed by this young man. He's not that old. I think he's only just into his 20s. Bit of injury, had a few injury problems. That's another good shot. Positive shots. Positive good shot fielding down the ground. It's a good bit of fielding, and Graham Clark would be disappointed. He's
been so unlucky tonight, Clark. Yeah. He's hit the field a lot.
33 off 42, and you're going, do you know what? If he just missed the field either way, he could easily be 50 or 40.
100%, you're right. He's been really unlucky. he's hit some nice strong shots straight to cover, hasn't he, and made off.
Again, Curry comes in. Ashton Turner's gone to the leg side. I'm not sure it's going to carry. Excellent fielding out there in the deep. One bounce just in front of the field. That was an excellent bit of fielding.
Brave as well, wasn't it?
That could have ended up in a dentist's chair and not one with an alcohol-fueled one. It could have been trying to rearrange and put a few front teeth back in.
Lewis Kimber, wasn't it? He dived forward. A good stop.
Yeah, it was a good stop. It was a great shot. It was a really good shot. And I think just to carry on from Graham Clark and the innings he's played, he's not panicked. Again, probably the first time I've seen him lose his ship big time. But anybody else can panic in a run chase, and he hasn't really panicked in that front. And I think because he's hit the fielders and played some good shots, he'd be saying to himself, well, it's got to turn. It will turn. I'll get one leg left of the fielder, right of the fielder, and I'll access the boundary.
But batting with Ash, he'll remind him of that and say, look, we're doing all right. Ash is scoring really freely at the other end.
It's a good shot down the ground. Oh, dropped. He's just leant back on it. And I think that was Goldsworthy at.
Is it?
Yes, I think it is. Is it Goldsworth? I think it is, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. It's Goldsworthy.
I think it's Mulder.
Is it Mulder?
Yeah, I think it is. We can't see it from this far away, can we?
Yeah, it's disappointing from a Fox's point of view. This time, bowler puts a hand out. Oh, it's gone through.
Go the ball.
That's all you need. You've dropped a catch.
No, it's Hanscom 54, the captain.
As a captain, you've dropped a catch, and then the very next ball, it just trickles past you, and you have to have that death chase to the boundary. And while you're chasing it, you're thinking, am I going to get it? I'm going to get it. While also thinking, oh, what have I just done? I've just dropped a player who brings up Durham's 100 after 14.5 overs. And that was a big moment in this run chase.
That's a great shot again. Just
Timing out in the deep, and that is the end of the over. 9 runs coming from the over.
Big over, that.
Huge over. Not only because it was 9 off the over, but it was a drop. Peter Hanscom has dropped his fellow Australian, Ashton Turner, with 5 overs to go in this contest. Graham Clark, 34 from 43. Ashton Turner, who's playing an absolute gem of an innings here for Durham, 48 off 30 balls. And with 5 overs to go, the run rate at 8.0, 40 to win from 5. Gareth Breeze comes in, and until the end of the game, Ashley Thorpe.
Well done, lads. You haven't made a mess of that, have you? In a pretty good position here as Goldsworthy's back into the attack and a play and miss. So a good stint there from Steve Harmison and Scott Borthwick. Gareth Breeze joins me back in for a huge last 5 overs.
Yeah, and hopefully we can keep this going to finish the game off.
This one's pushed away out into the offside, and Durham will collect another single.
Wonder how big that chance of Ashton Turner back into the last over is going to be for the Leicestershire Foxes.
Huge there. You feel this is a big over here with the spinner back into the attack. Durham have played the spinners really well. Backed away and slapped away through extra cover.
Oh, amazing bit
and
of fielding.
A beautiful bit of fielding. And unfortunately, just without angle, I can't quite see who that is. I don't know if it's Scott Curry down there, but that was outstanding piece of fielding to prevent the boundary and save 2 runs for the Foxes. 104 now for 3. As this partnership continues to build. Clark punches this one away into the covers, and there's a bit of a mix-up, and Ashton Turner has been, the words of the trade, absolutely barbecued by Graham Clark.
Yeah, that was probably not a great call, that one. But, look, I think hopefully they've gotten us back into the game here. We think we need 36 here at the next 4.5 overs. So hopefully the platform has been set by those two after such a shaky start. But, yeah, you could see the distraught on Clarkie's, through Clarkie's reaction there.
One of these small things, I'm just checking my microphone there. Are we back on? Small things in the game. And Ashton Turner, having been run out there by Graham Clark in a mix-up, has just walked up to him and punched gloves and said, listen, mate, no drama, you win this game for us now. And he's walked up to Ben Rain and they've had a chat, but he's now run out for 49 from just 32 deliveries. And will that be a turning point as Hanscom throws the ball into Cox?
We've been there, isn't it? It's sometimes
It's
those
horrible.
little things. I mean, you know, that's obviously a mistake. Nobody wants to do that, but we all make mistakes. But just to get that from your teammate is just such a boost, especially when you still got a job to do out in the middle.
Yeah, it's absolutely important now that Clark carries on and remains the anchor. We don't need 2 new batsmen at the crease as Ben Rain comes in and immediately off the mark as he pulls this one down to long on for a single.
The good thing, as you say, I mean, obviously Turner was the gun batter in that situation. I mean, his strike rate was above 150, but Clarkey has been trending upwards since coming out of the power play. So let's hope he just stays in and finishes it off.
Yeah, what you don't want here is Clark to just maybe go into his shell and dwell on that, but that ends a really good over there from the point of view of the Foxes. And Goldsworthy has none for 15 there. And Durham, where are we? Need 36
35.
to win, is it?
35 or 4 overs.
24 balls remaining.
Yeah. Are you still feeling as confident as when we started, Ash?
I'm always an optimist. It kills me a lot of the times, but yeah, absolutely. 36 to win off 24 balls. Ben Mike now back into the attack. It'll be interesting to see. We were lucky to talk the death overs through in the Durham innings. The attack that they take here, do Leicestershire continue to bash away using the pitch with natural variation, or do they go back to the hole? They've got mid-off and mid-on in the circle, Gareth, so that would maybe indicate that they're going to try and hit the pitch. As Ben Mike comes in now and does exactly that, but it's down the leg side.
Oh, must have clipped the thigh pad.
And Ben Rain is not a happy man, and it is not a wide.
Yeah, they've definitely gone for the similar tactic, haven't they? You know, with the back 4, and they're actually pressing because they only got 4 fielders out, so they're looking to squeeze.
Yeah, new batsman on strike, trying to keep Ben Rain on strike. 5 men in the circle. As you said, mid-on and mid-off in the circle. As Ben Mike comes in, this one's pushed away into the offside, and Ben Rain will get off strike and bring Graham Clark onto strike, who's on 36. You just feel there's a little bit more extra responsibility on his shoulders after the mix-up in the last over.
Yeah, they've actually, Bushnell was in the squad, but I think they've put a bit of experience, and also I think with the left-right hand combination, because obviously we saw Goldsworthy came back into the attack, bowled a good over then, so it'd be good to have him with Ben Rain hitting towards the pavilion end.
Ben Rain's been in amazing form as well with the bat. As Clark absolutely murders that one over mid-wicket for 6. Ben Mike banging that one into the pitch. And a real strength of Graham Clark's is the short ball.
Yeah. I mean, he showed that there. He's hit that with such disdain. And I mean, for somebody who's probably striking at just under 80, he's absolutely dispatched that.
Moves him on to 42 now. And bumps his strike rate up quite nicely. Durham need 30 now from 22 deliveries. Important blow that from Clark. As Mike comes in again, and this one is again hit into the pitch, and he's gone to pull that one, and he's probably mistimed that one, but he'll take it.
Well, mistimed it in terms of where he wanted to hit it,
well,
but not how it came off the bat.
Yeah, it absolutely raced away through mid-off.
But again, you see the strength of Clarkey off the back foot. He's absolutely slapped that back past the bowler, and mid-off had no chance of getting round. But you're thinking getting the rate now down to close to run a ball, keeping the intent up when those bad balls come to cash in. But with the extent that these two guys have played so much cricket, to rotate from here will put the bowlers, I think the bowling team will be under more pressure than the batters at the moment.
So a couple of field changes here. We've got fine leg and third man coming to the circle. The man at backward point's gone out, and our mid-off and mid-on have gone out. What do you see here happening, Gareth?
Well, he's obviously trying to go a bit fuller, because I think we saw where Clarkey picked him up in his first spell for the 6 towards the Lumley Castle end, and then he's taken him for 10 off 2 balls here. So I think he's probably going to look to make his pace up and go a bit fuller.
And he does, and Clark pushes this one to mid-off and will accept the single.
I think that's probably the funkiest feel we've seen for the whole game, because he's had the cover point out, and then he's had somebody just behind point. So I think he's looking to give himself a few options there, because he's got deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on with the 2 bloomers. So I think he's probably trying to go wide Yorkers if he wanted to with that field, or then go into the pitch with the protection on the leg side.
And that's good batting, isn't it, from Clark? He's made them go to a different plan. Ben Rain now on strike. Last ball of the over. And he has hit this, but I don't think he's going to clear mid-on, and he is out. It was a bit of a free hit, that, if I'm honest with you, from Ben Rain. Mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. He wasn't able to time it, and Ben Mike picks up the wicket.
I think the
Durham need 24 from the last 3.
The thinking was right. He's just not. I absolutely heard it from here, and we were indoors, and he absolutely clocked that. So right off the toe of the bat, you know, that would have basically, I think, finished the game off if that had gone over. But you know, look, I think Durham's still in the box seat. It's down to almost run a ball, just over run a ball. You'd hope from here.
24 from 18 needed as Paul Coughlin comes out to the wicket.
One thing I'll tell you will be, you'll probably see here now, if Coggers is out there for at any time, between Clarkey and Coggers, they'll be absolutely gone between the wickets.
This is probably the last person Graham Clark wants to see join him, and he's probably the fastest runner between the wickets in the club. Clarkey's been out there for 17 overs. He'll be blowing a little bit.
It was like running with Gordon Mitchell.
Oh, wow. The head. So, left arm spin still in the attack. Clark on strike as Goldsworthy comes in, and this one's hit down towards long on, and there was just a moment where that might have carried.
Is that you never know?
A refusal, do they call it these days? He's took the safe option and prevented the boundary. That's what we will say. It was just that moment there. Could he get to that ball? It was right down in front of us. Vian Mulder, fielder.
Oh, good shot.
Hit away over the man at cover. And they're going to come back for 2. That's excellent running, or is it?
That's tight.
I tell you what, there's only one man who would have made that. And he always makes me nervous, Paul Coughlin, because...
He's limping, isn't he?
He's hurt himself there as he gets back. He just gives everything 100 miles an hour. And he's just stretching his knee there a little bit and his thigh.
Well, in that case, it was really good that his running was 100 miles an hour, because I definitely wouldn't have made that back.
Mate, I wouldn't have got halfway back there. A big dive, and 2 important runs for Durham. 21 now from 16. That's where you look. Can you just look to get that boundary as Coughlin's just going to call for a new pair of gloves there. And the umpires are telling him to get on with it, I think.
Going to have a decision to make here, because I think, you know, that if Goldsworthy goes like he has in the last 2 overs, is it a case where he's going to bowl, you know, one more at the end?
It's a huge decision for the captain, and this one is punched, and Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling. So they do have options. Scott Curry still has an over left. Rian Ahmed still has an over. Ben Mike, Josh Hull also have overs in the bank. As Goldsworthy comes in again, and this one's fallen in the slot. And it's a swipe and a miss there from Coughlin. He'd be disappointed he hasn't got something on that. He's still struggling out there, isn't he?
I know you say you have other options, but I think, you know, he's in. It's a really cold night. You know, we know what temperature is like for spinners, and I think if you're going to have another over spin, he's earned it. His first over, I think, went for 11, and now he's 2.4 overs for 18, and really putting the squeeze on Durham towards the back end.
And that's in the air, and it's going to be right to the line, and it's an excellently judged catch down in the deep. I think that's our man Curry again down there, who takes the catch right in probably the deepest pocket on the offside. Paul Coughlin unable to clear the rope, and spin doing the job here. And Durham now need 24 from 13 deliveries.
Very good captaincy again, you know, the height of that fielder on the boundary. It's sometimes the little things that you say that really make little differences. You know, if that had been somebody else, that could have been probably 6 runs, and then all of a sudden we tied level going into the last 2 overs.
Absolutely. 21 from 13 now as Johnny Bushnell, the new batter, to come in. Pressure on the youngster.
We saw that the other night in the Northants game. A youngster came in and bowled the last over, won the game for Northants.
Literally 1 over.
Yeah,
first
and
over
it was the
game.
first over of the game. So, I mean, you know, really, I mean, this again, you know, such a moment for Johnny Bushnell. The little that I know of him, I think he's really got the aptitude to deal with this, and, you know, what great experience to be able to come in and help your team out under pressure, especially if he's able to bring this home.
21 from 13 now for Durham. Just say that the odds are just slightly in favour of the Foxes at the moment. As Bushnell comes in and absolutely crunches that down to long off, and he'll get off the mark. But from the Foxes' point of view, the bonus of that is he'll retain the strike, and Durham need 20 from the last 2. 20 from 12.
Who are you going to go to here, Ash, for the last 2?
I tell you, I think you'd be brave to go with spin for the last one, but it has worked. So Goldsworthy has figures of 1 for 19 from 3, so he hasn't gone.
He's gone up, I think, 4 runs and over out for the last 2.
So Josh Hull bowled up front and has 1 for 10, so I'd be quite surprised if we don't see him again maybe for the last one.
I think this is him. No, this is Curry. Curry bowling the penultimate, and then let's see who's going to be right. Is it going to be spin or is it going to be left arm seam?
It's a big call, isn't it? It's a big call. This game is really finely poised here. Durham need 20 from 12. After losing 3 early wickets, they had a great partnership between Ashton Turner and Graham Clark of 85. Scott Curry back into the attack, as Gareth has said, and this one is mishit and down into the floor, and it is an important dot ball. 20 from 11.
I think you wanna have it somewhere around 10. You don't want to, probably the way the game's gone tonight, you don't want too much more than 10. It's not been an absolute belt of a pitch, so I think somewhere around 10. You think you still have a chance going into the last over. I think it's probably imperative now that probably Clark is there, as he's been in batter.
Absolutely. Bushnell hits this one down the ground, and it goes out to long on. And they thought about a second, but they'll just pick up the 1. 19 now from 10. But the good thing from Durham's point of view is Graham Clark is back on strike. Scott Curry's bowled a little bit fuller there. And again, we see third man come into the circle.
And sweeper offside.
Yeah, we've got a sweeper.
We've got two actually, one behind point. So I think that as we mentioned before, this gives them the option of probably going either straight Yorkers or wide Yorkers.
And they go for the wide Yorker, and Curry executes that really nicely, and Clark is only able to push that one to cover. And they'll take the single there. Good evening to Mark Stoneman, who's also watching us on the stream, former Durham opening batsman, left-hand legend and a former teammate of Gareth. Currently plying his trade even at Middlesex. As Curry comes into bowl again, and this is an excellent wide Yorker, and Bushnell is beaten outside the off stump. So a superb over so far from Curry, just the 2 from it from 4 balls. And Durham in a little bit of a hole here, needing 18 from 8.
Yeah, captain in my final year, lifting the trophy at Lords. One of the probably most memorable pictures on the day, holding the trophy with the captain.
Legend. Curry's in again, and this one's driven out into the offside, and a misfield there will allow Durham to come back for 2. Oh, he's given him. I'm not sure about that. Bushnell with a dive there, and that just seemed, from our point of view, that he was home. However, the finger has gone up, and Bushnell is on his way.
Well, he did have the best view of the umpire, to be honest.
Yeah, he's got a better view than us, that is for sure.
He didn't look like he had any doubts in his mind, so yeah. Problem is the new batters on strike here need to probably get Clarkey back on strike somehow. I think if anybody's going to do it from here, it's probably going to be Clarkey. I know Potsy's... Is this Potsy coming in?
Yeah, it will be Potts coming in now, who will be on strike also. And Bushnell there, short of his ground, and run out. He's run out for 2, and the new batsman, as we've said there, is Matthew Potts. And Durham needs 17 now from 7. And Potts on strike.
What would I pay for a boundary off this ball? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Not allowed to bet on cricket, are we?
You definitely not.
Didn't say I would bet though, I said I'd pay for it.
It is a big ball. Last ball of the 19th. Matthew Potts on strike. Scott Curry, a brilliant over so far, and this one's full, and it's bowled him. Scott Curry has bowled such a good over. It has gone for 3. They've picked up a wicket with the run out, and Potts goes first ball yorked by Scott Curry, and Durham need 18 from the last.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's going to be Hull who's going to bowl it. Who's getting his refreshments down on the boundary just in front of us, and he's just taking his jumper off, and he's got a ball in hand. So Durham are going to have to take 17 off Hull in the last over. Well, it's turned out to be a really good game in the end here. I mean, I'm still hoping here. 17 off the last over is going to be a big challenge, but, this is why we play, isn't it?
Absolutely. Big moments like this, the first few balls of this over are going to be crucial. Durham need a boundary from at least one of the first 2 balls to get anywhere close to this total. And that all rests on the shoulders of Graham Clark, who's on 49 from 51 now. Currently has 2 4s and 2 6s in his 51 ball stay. 124 for 8. 17 now needed.
The dilemma you have now is, do you run or do you keep the strike? I think sometimes it comes to a case where you've just got to, bite the bullet and just keep the strike. And if you're the player to do it, take responsibility.
Hull in now, left arm over the wicket, and this one's driven out. They should pick up 2.
It looked like they're going back for 2 here.
And they will pick up 2 as Ben Mike is misfields out in the deep. 15 from 5, and that brings up the 50 for Graham Clark from 52 balls. With, as I said, 2 4s and 2 6s.
Ashton Turner has been the standout tonight in terms of on this particular pitch. It's only been everybody's probably scored that runner ball, haven't they? And he's been probably the only point of difference. I think he was striking out about 150 when he got run out, unfortunately.
Yeah, striking at
massive turning
153,
point.
And it was a huge turning point. And from there, Durham have lost Rain, Coghlan, Bushnell, and Potts, all for single figures. As Hull comes in, and this one's hit down the ground, but will just be a single, and that will bring Parkinson on strike. And Durham are in trouble here. They need 14 from the last 4.
Two of the Leicester bowlers have been really excellent.
The last 3 overs, haven't they, been excellent from Goldsworthy. I think you would look at after 17 overs, Durham were the favourites for me. Goldsworthy, good over. Scott Curry, an absolutely outstanding 19th over.
And then 2 perfectly nailed Yorkers by Hull.
And Josh Hull, as you said, they're right on the money. As Callum Parkinson's on strike, he backs away and he chips this one away. Will it be caught? There's a one-handed effort, and it's dropped by Ben Mike, and they'll just pick up a single. Durham need 13 from 3, so this needs to go the journey.
Yeah, I think for them to have a chance here, I think Clark has to have these 3 balls.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Unless it's a clear-cut 2 to get back on strike, I think he has to take it here. And I think it's one of those where when you get backed by your teammates, you get into situations like this, and you make a call and you stand by that.
Yeah, and it's even a sacrifice from Parkinson just to keep
getting back on strike if he needs
Clark
to.
on strike. Yeah, absolutely. Tough decisions to be made here, but ultimately it's going to be boundaries that Durham need to get home here. And Hull comes in, and this one's wide.
That's a bonus.
Wide, and it's a free one for Durham. 12 from 3. Josh Hull trying to slam that into the pitch and bowl a slow ball bouncer. Got that horribly wrong.
Yeah, hopefully that's dented his confidence a little bit, and he just wants to miss a little bit now for give Clarkey a little bit of opportunity to get under one here would be lovely.
Outstanding night so far. 1 for 15 for Hull, who bowled nicely in the power play. Picked up the wicket of Alex Lees, caught behind. 3 big balls left now in the game. As he comes in now, left arm over the wicket to Clark, and this one's fallen, it's slapped away. And the microphone must be working beautifully out there to Graham Clark as he's hit that straight to Ben Mike and refused the single.
Look, it seems, to probably the layman looking on, why wouldn't he run? But I think it's just one of those, who's got the best opportunity to do it at this point? He might not, but you've just got to back him to do that, and he's taking responsibility, and that's just one of the things that happens.
12 from 2 for Durham. As Peter Handsome is discussing things. Maybe if that was 1 for the over, I think, on that short ball on the wide to Josh Holt, who has an extremely long run. It must be the best part of 37, 38 yards. As he just now hits the 30-yard circle. This one needs to go the journey. And it's right on the money from Josh Hull. Right in the hole, and Clark is unable to get underneath that. And that confirms a pretty impressive win for the Foxes, who I thought were a little under par and wasn't, the greatest pitch conducive to run scoring. However, you'd have to say, with 3 overs remaining, Durham were the favourites, and the run out of Ashton Turner was absolutely crucial in the outcome to this game.
The little things again.
That little thing ended up being a huge thing, didn't it? And Graham Clark will be feeling the worst human being in the world right now as he comes in Hull, and this one is clothed out into the onside. And fair play to the Foxes, because those last 3 overs were absolutely outstanding, from Goldsworthy, Scott Curry, the penultimate over, and then from Josh Hull, who will finish with the outstanding figures of 1 for 19.
You have to give them credit, though. I mean, the Leicester bowlers, they've had an amazing power play. You'd say they hardly missed in that power play. I think Durham were only able to get 29 runs for 3 wickets in that power play. And then I think the last 3 overs of the innings here, when Durham were probably in ascendancy in the game, they've come back and absolutely nailed their skills again. And I think that's what it's all about. When you got the pressure moments, you've got to be able to nail your skills. It doesn't make sense nailing it when you're miles ahead. So it's been unfortunate for Durham, but you would have to say there's been some good cricket played tonight.
It's been an outstanding game of cricket. Ultimately, Durham have fallen 10 runs short. Graham Clark has ended up 53 not out. The standout innings of that was Ashton Turner, who you have to say, when he was run out, that the match turn, he was run out for 49 from 32. But you would say that the power play and ultimately the last 3 overs have really turned it for the Leicestershire Foxes, and they have won the game by 10 runs. And we're going to hand over. Firstly, thanks to Gareth, to Danny, Scott, Harmy, and we're going to hand over to the legendary Andy Sixsmith, who has Harmy and Scotty Borthwick in the Daffa News studio.
I think legendary's a little bit strong, Ash, but stay off for sauce. Yes, Durham still awaiting their first home win of this Vitality T20 Blast 2024. I'm here with Harmy and Scott. Guys, are we the jinxes? What's going on here?
Yeah, I think so. I think that game was, they didn't want to win it. We didn't want to win it. They didn't want to win it. And then right at the end, we didn't want to win it, because I think it was a great game to watch. I don't think the surface was that good. And I think when we talk about the World T20 going on, and as we've referenced in America and the Caribbean, we've seen on pitches which have got something in it for the bowlers. It actually is a good game of cricket. And I think the run out of Ashton Turner, unfortunately, was the real turning point towards the end of the game. 2 run outs, actually, because I thought the run out of Rian Ahmed in the first innings really derailed the Foxes. But I think all in all, I think Durham will be really disappointed on that defeat, because the first 2 defeats, I mean, to lose the way they lost, big margins. I think they can take that. But I think that one would be a little bit more harder to swallow for Alex Lees and for Ryan Campbell.
Did the real disappointment came with the way that they started? I mean, Leicestershire, there was some excellent bowling, especially the seam bowling, looked really impressive, Scott. But the way Durham started, just starting to get away a little bit at the start, especially in the power play.
Yeah, from a batting point of view, yeah, definitely. I mean, me and Harmy were on air, and we said it was a dream start for Leicester, like 19 for 3. Yeah. And you just can't have a power play like that. If you have a power play like that and win a game of cricket, you've batted amazing the next 14 overs. And we did. Ash and Clarkey had an amazing partnership, and Harmy just said there, the run out sort of killed the game for us, really. It was a massive turning point. I think if Ash and Clarkey bat another 2 or 3 overs, the game's ours. But I thought Leicester actually bowled really well, especially their seamers, especially the back end there. Curry and Hull nailed their Yorkers, nailed their slower balls, and made it hard work for us.
It's one of those. Just thinking about, just to pick up what Scott was saying there, we talked about it just as we started. 140 is a difficult total, because you go, if this power play goes our way, and we go bang, 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 55 for none, 55 for 1, 140's. I mean, you walk it. If we lose a few wickets, and then it just brings the opposition back into the game. So 140 is one of them totals where it could go right, like it has done. So it's not as easy as saying, I thought Leicester were about 15-20 short. Yeah. But if you get the way they did, and Scott's right, they're seamers in the power play, especially at the end of the game. I thought Curry bowled a brilliant last 2 overs of his spell. I thought I bigged up Josh Hall before the game, because I'd not seen him live. I've seen a lot of him on the stream, And working in the sort of cricket media, you hear names. You hear a lot of names about who's the next cab off the rank. Oh, we've got a left armour here. Where, what's he like? And you scurry around, find some footage. But to see him live, I was really, really impressed. So, as again, like the Birmingham game, I think you have to give credit to the opposition, because I think their seamers bowled very, very well on that surface to try and squeeze Durham. And I didn't think their spinners bowled very well at all.
Definitely the Leicestershire seamers came through from a Durham perspective. It's going to be a strange feeling for Graham Clark, isn't it? Obviously ending unbeaten with a half century, but there was that run out of Ashton Turner that, like we say, probably cost Durham the game.
Yeah, look, in Clark is quite an emotional lad, and I said to Harmy when it happened, and I thought, look, this might affect him. But the next 3 balls, he hit 4 and a 6, and then got a 1. So I thought, he's still switched on. But the good thing about our dressing room, the lads will get around him. Yeah. They'll know it'll hurt Clark. Clark is a lovable lad, likeable lad. He tries his best for everyone. Yeah. And the lads will know that, and they'll get around him. And it was an amazing touch what Ash did as well when he got out. He sort of went over to him, give him a little glove punch.
But it's also when you've got, yourself, when you from a batting point of view, when you bat with somebody who is ridiculously quick, there's a run out could possibly happen at any time. Yeah. It could. I mean, when you've got 2 tail enders like me and Ogard in, there's always going to be a run out. When you've got 2 lads in who are really quick, there is a chance of a run out, and unfortunately, and these things happen. Unfortunately,
exactly. And look, and Clark, he played a decent innings there. Look, he dovetailed with Ash really well throughout that partnership, and I think he wasn't striking the ball amazing, but got off strike at times. He was a bit unlucky. He hit the ball to the field a lot, didn't we? Said that he was actually hitting strong shots to mid off and cover, and when he was on 30 odd, you said he could easily be on 50 here, because he was hitting good shots and just couldn't find the gap. And to him to be there at the end and give himself a chance, look, he'll be disappointed, but also proud of his innings as well. How he sort of went through that and battled through the start and took it deep and give us a chance.
One thing's for certain, we won't profile Clarkey like we did David Bedingham, unfortunately. We're sorry, David, that we've completely put the jinx on you there with a score of 5 tonight. Listen, looking ahead to Sunday, nice easy one to bounce back from missed defeat with. Just the North Group table top is Lancashire, are the visitors to the Seat Unique Riverside. How do we use tonight, how do we use these positives from tonight going into what is arguably the toughest game in the North Group?
Well, I don't really want to sort of dig too many things out, but I think Durham have somehow as a club got to find a consistent surface for them to play on. Not the consistent surface to bat on, but a consistent surface for their team 1 to 11, which they can have a sort of team identity with the club that they're at and the pitch that they're on. This is the sort of second game now, and the 2 pitches are absolute chalk and cheese. Yeah. I think that would be a little bit of a criticism. It's not an excuse, because both teams have got to play on it, and I thought they adapted a little bit better than what Durham did when it comes to the overall game. I think the Bedingham one, I thought Bedingham was unlucky. Yeah, I mean it was the only ball on a surface that probably wasn't great for T20 cricket. It was the only one that really took off, which actually, when you look at it, 120 balls aside, you're probably expecting that to do a little bit more. So I think from that point of view, how's your luck? We could be sitting here 2 overs to go in the game. Graham Clark got 65 not out and won the game. He hit a lot of fielders, and that could have been on a different night. And on a different night, David Bedingham doesn't get that ball. That all ifs and buts. I thought Leicester Foxes earned their luck tonight because I thought they played some very, very good cricket.
So Scott, just final word from you, from a captain's perspective. What do you say if you're lazy ahead of such a big game on Sunday?
Look, Harmy touched on it there. After the Edgbaston or the Birmingham game here when we lost, they'd have walked away and gone, right, it's a blip. We've underperformed. We walk away. We bounce back next week. This might feel a bit different because there'll be lads in there that probably felt like we should have won that. But I think Harmy made a really good point there. We've got to see what the pitch is going to do on Sunday. And some really good positives there. I thought our spinnings were outstanding. Thought we bowled really well with the new ball. So there is some really positives to be taken away from it. But we said it last week. This game is full of ups and downs, and the competition is the same. And just because of where we are in the league right now, there's still a lot of cricket to be played, and we've got to keep telling ourselves that. And Campbell will remind the lads that we are very good players. One bad game or a couple of bad games doesn't mean we're we're out of this competition. We can go to Lancs on Sunday and turn them over and win. And that's the attitude they've got to have. They've got to bounce back on Sunday, and have the attitude that we're going to win.
I like that. Let's end on a positive note, lads. I think, thank you very, very much for your company. Of course, like we say, Lancashire Lightning, the visitors to the Seat Unique Riverside on Sunday. That's a 2:30 start here at the Seat Unique Riverside. We will be on air from 1:55 UK time, as ever across the UK, as ever exclusively on Fancode in India, and as ever right the way round the world as well. But thank you to every one of you for watching. Thank you to everyone who's taken part of, obviously tonight, our commentary team of Gareth Breeze, Danny Hazel, Ash Thorpe, and these two, Scott Borthwick and Steve Harmison. I've been Andy Sixsmith. This has been Durham Live. We're still awaiting that first home win in the Vitality T20 Blast 2024 for Durham. Will it come on Sunday against the league leaders Lancashire? We'll have to wait and see. Take care. Bye for now.